Good morning from New York. Can't say it's Saturday night, but it's Wednesday morning. And we're going to return to listed entity and PI targeted issues. This is our ability to come back on a couple matters that the board raised on Monday regarding the draft that the task force presented to us. I'm going to hand it over to Sue and the team right now to walk us through what was sent and circulated and I know posted for public.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everybody, for the feedback that we had earlier on in the week and also some of the offline comments. So our goal this morning really is just to share with you some of the key changes that we're proposing in light of that feedback, just to give you an opportunity to sort of understand some of the rationale for what we've done, and obviously a heads up on what's coming for tomorrow, I think it is. And just any kind of, if there are any allergic reactions, so that we've got feedback on that. So Isabel's going to walk you through the key bits that were circulated yesterday.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide, Michelle. So the slide, we just copy pasted the paragraph that you have seen and received yesterday afternoon. The first issue or matter that I want to bring back to you is based on Greg's comment on if a firm or an auditor voluntarily applies the differential requirement, does that mean they apply all of the differential requirement or they can go on a case-by-case basis? So it has an impact on paragraph A2A of ISUM 1 and A13A of ISA 200, and then the same, it also have an impact on paragraph A2E and A13E. And we try to clarify that it was one or more, so you can really go case-by-case basis. So just want to make sure that everyone's comfortable with the wording that we've been using and that answers the comments that we received.
Any comments on that? Questions? I think I'm just pausing for a second. Your silence is being viewed as support. Okay, well done.
Next slide. Sorry. So the next one is, sorry. The next one is about the sustainability assurance fees. So we know the code has been updated, or just as of last week, they approved the sustainability assurance, and now they have broke out the sustainability fees. So we're just reflecting the same kind of wording. We haven't done the change in the requirement, but in the application material to the requirement as an example. So hopefully that also answers the comments that we received. Yep.
And just one comment there is just to confirm that we took advantage of Ken Seong being in the building yesterday, and he has confirmed that this is completely aligned with what they're having in the IASB code.
Any questions and comments? I'll give a moment for people to read. Okay, people comfortable with this? Okay.
If we go to the next one was about the key audit matters. So it's a differential requirement where we use the phrasing if the auditor determines that there is a significant public interest in the financial condition. We got the comment that maybe that was narrowing it, because before it was including, so that was one of the consideration that an auditor could have, but with the if, it might be just in that case. So we're bringing back the word including, just so that it's not only in that case. The one thing I want to mention, and I would like to confirm with the board, is we're only making the changes for this particular differential requirement, although the phrasing if the auditor determines is being used in the other differential requirements. So we just want to make sure that we're okay with making that change only in this situation, understanding that there was a stronger encouragement for key audit matters to be used for other entities. So that's just one thing we want to have the feedback on.
Are people comfortable with this application material? Okay, Edda, you'll take a look at other related language. We don't want to trigger you. Okay. Next.
And the last thing, it's not reflected in the paper we received yesterday because there's no change proposed, but we just wanted to confirm, Julie has the question on Monday about that statement for all entities, because previously the, well, extent is, we had to do an independent statement for a listed entity, and now we're moving it to all entities. So you suggested to add example or to add guidance for the auditors. We discussed it at the task force, and then in the end, we decided that it might belong more in a other material, so other non-iterative material or implementation guidance, as opposed to adding an application material directly in the standard. So we're gonna consider it, but just not in the standard. So hopefully that's okay.
Okay, anything on the issue 4? People are satisfied? Okay,
And that was it. So,
And I think there was just one other thing to confirm to the board, which is obviously we've got the papers on going concern attached to this as well, and there are no changes to the material that you've already seen on going concern.
okay. So for those listening online, we seem to have a lot of sirens going on in the background. Clearly in excitement over what we just discussed and supported on PI and listed, publicly traded entities. Okay, so one issue related to process, over the last few weeks, PIOB and others, we've into discussions about where we are on this project, where we've concluded, and it seems that most people, the sense is that we're in the best place substantively from a public interest perspective, but there has been some divergence in terms of the perception of where we were in the exposure draft, and there was a lot of support for the exposure draft language, particularly in terms of the application of differential requirements. Since the exposure draft, though, as you know, FAQs for IASB were published. This was all described in the agenda paper, and therefore we selected the option that we selected. In speaking to the PIOB and others, there's a sense that maybe before we 100% finalize the paper, that we should go out to the public and explain our position before we seek certification. I think from our standpoint, that's a potentially acceptable option, may make acceptance of our document even more likely, and certainly would clarify our position in our long-term intent, as we discussed, to, once there's a baseline on pi definition throughout the world, to potentially expand the differential requirements to 6 of them today, if we continue to go down the route on on fraud and going concern, 2 more differential requirements going forward. So getting that out for the public just to react to and understand seems to make some sense. It wouldn't alter our proposed timeline for effective date. I think we would have to signal, because people really want alignment with going concern and fraud, to ensure that people knew that December 15th, 2026 would still be the key date on this, even if it were certified slightly after June. And then we could continue to do targeted outreach to explain our position, obviously, like we would do anyway. So we would likely, in this model, you would effectively have the board approve the final draft subject to this consultation, explain the options, assuming that we don't get substantive comment on it, which we would not expect in terms of considering the limitations of options, then we could be in position with a 45-day comment period to go out in June, approve in June, and then go for certification there afterwards. I think this is a sensible approach. Would clearly explain to the public why we are where we are based upon our inability to actually go beyond ethical requirements set by IASB, and also the inoperability of option 2. This is all explained in detail in the agenda papers, and it would make the standard even more well accepted going forward. I don't know, Philippe, if you have anything to say from a PIOB perspective on that, but I think it'd be worth hearing from you.
Thank you, Tom. Just to say that the PIOB supports this approach based on transparency and explanations. So considering the fact that it will be a form of broad consultation, including information, explanations, and capacity for the public concern to provide some feedback. The PIOB is supportive of this approach. Thank you, Tom.
Anyone want to comment on this? Any reactions to add? I think from my sound into the board, people were reasonably supportive. I don't know, Sue, from your task force perspective, you want to say anything?
I haven't had an opportunity to check in with the task force, so I won't speak on their behalf. But from my own perspective, I'm sort of fine with where we are. I think it's pragmatic in view of the issues that arose at the end of the consultation with the IASB staff paper. I think the points you made earlier about the effective date are very important. The feedback that we've had was about consistency with the other standards that are being approved. And the other thing I'd probably just say is to reiterate what I said in the presentation on Monday, which is the move to PTE is a step forward. And so doing nothing would I think, in my view, would take us back from where we are. So I would encourage the looking at or progressing what we have, even if it's not as far as we might have liked to have gone, it is definitely in the right direction.
It does provide alignment, and it does provide a pathway forward if the ultimate goal is to add a differential requirement for pies once a baseline has been practically achieved throughout the world. Philly?
Yeah, I can maybe just add to what Sue has said. I think certainly PTE is a step forward, but a very important step forward is also the framework, the overall objective and purpose that we've incorporated into ISQM 1 and ISO 200.
Thank you, Billy. So I think we're set on this approach. I think this, to avoid confusion in the marketplace, I think which all of us need, in addition to be very clear in the invitation to comment, where we'll state everything clearly. We should go out to make sure that we communicate our rationale to stakeholders throughout the world. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda will be an update from the ISSB. That will start in about 10 minutes. So if you want, we're waiting for Sue to join us. If you want to take a quick break, please be back here in 10 minutes. Okay. Hi, Sue. I saw you. We're just reconvening.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me?
Can we get back to the table, please? Okay, could we please be seated? Good morning. Good afternoon, probably to you, Sue. But it's possible you could be somewhere else, somewhere around the world that it's morning,
No.
afternoon, evening.
I'm in Frankfurt.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you here at our board session. We're really looking forward to your presentation. I think on behalf of this board, we really want to thank the ISSB and you particularly for your support and your continued highlighting of the importance of assurance to complement reporting to create a trusted ecosystem for sustainability. And so this is a message I think we're very much in sync on. And the two boards are working really well together, and we look forward to much long and sustained partnership with the ISSB. So congratulations also for all your successes so far. We've all seen the latest statistics on take up and support for you guys around the world too. So the floor is yours. We're most of us are assembled here in New York. Josephine and Warren are in the UK joining us by video, but look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Tom, for the opportunity to present to the board today, and thank you for those kind words. Indeed, we at the foundation and me as well personally very much see ourselves as being partners in this journey that we're all embarking upon with this move to broader financial reporting, including sustainability. So very happy to have worked well together so far and looking forward to continuing to do so in the future. So what I wanted to do today was to really give you a bit of an update on what we're focusing on at the ISSB, and at the end I'll leave some time in case you have some questions. And I know that later today Rika from the IASB, our sister board, is going to be presenting to you as well, and she's going to touch on connectivity. So I'll talk briefly on it today, but I think she'll talk a little bit more on it later in your session. So if I move on to the next slide, I may well have introduced this before and the last time I talked to you, but we still are focusing really on three main strands of focus in our work at the ISSB at the moment after the publication of our first two standards in the middle of last year. The first is the adoption of our standards for use around the world, both through regulation and through voluntary application. The second is supporting those implementing the new standards. And then thirdly, we have published our work plan for what our standard setting activities will focus on in the next 2 years of our work. So I'll talk a little bit about each of those things. So looking first at adoption on the next couple of slides, moving on. So as you mentioned, Tom, you probably know about our sort of current status of adoption, but just really to quickly recap for everybody around the table, just to be sure, we were really thrilled with the publication recently of an update in terms of the state of adoption of the ISSB standards, with the publication of the report, which we have taken responsibility for, that sort of follows on from the traditional TCFD annual report. And in that report, we took the opportunity to focus on a couple of things. And the first was to confirm the number of jurisdictions who have now on their journey to using our standards around the world. And we're thrilled that now That is 30 jurisdictions around the world, and that includes the EU, so it's actually closer to 60 if you count the jurisdictions individually. And these jurisdictions account for about 57% of global GDP, more than 40% of global market capitalization, and more than 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So we're talking really very substantial coverage of the world now in terms of the utilization of our standards. And on the next slide, we dig a little bit more into what the makeup of these 30 jurisdictions is. And you can see here a really broad range of jurisdictions across the world and across the regions of the world. 16 of these jurisdictions have actually completed their work to introduce standards based on the ISSB standards into their regulation, and 14 of these jurisdictions are on the pathway, so in the process of consulting or finalising their deliberations on their decisions on using our standards. And when you look at this list, I think what's really interesting about it is it's a real combination of large developed economies and also many jurisdictions in emerging and developing economies as well. And we've been really pleased to see those markets focusing on the benefits to them of having credibility to attract capital, to fund transition, and also the trade benefits of speaking the same sustainability language that those in their supply chains and their value chains will speak, because in these emerging markets, they're very important players in global supply chains. And so we're really delighted to see the pace of momentum here. On the next slide, the other thing that we focused on in this document that we updated just a few weeks ago was, in addition to the state of jurisdictional adoption, we looked at another couple of things. The first was starting to actually look at the use of the ISSB standards. And in addition to looking at the jurisdictions who have made decisions on adoption, we're also starting to monitor the references that companies are making to the ISSB standards. And so we did a sample of companies and identified more than 1,000 companies who have referenced the ISSB standards in their reporting, ranging from those who simply state that we are in existence, so that we're part of the sustainability reporting ecosystem now, all the way through to some companies who have either started to align their reporting with our standards or stated an intent to do so. So it's really great to see that interest in our standards at a more granular bottom-up level. The other thing that we looked at in the report, following on from the TCFD reports in the past, was to really have a look at the state of current climate disclosure and looking at the alignment with disclosures in a sample of companies around the world and seeing how closely aligned that is with the TCFD recommendations. And what we found here was pretty similar to what the TCFD, the Financial Stability Board, had observed in the past, with about 82% of the companies in the sample disclosing at least one item in line with at least one of the TCFD recommendations, which is good, but a very small number of companies, less than 3% of companies, where we could identify all 11 of the TCFD recommendations being apparent in their climate-related disclosures, which to me, as the Vice Chair of the ISSB, really just reinforces the need for standards and regulation in this area to move us the next step to more complete and comparable information on climate and other sustainability-related risks in the ecosystem. So really good progress, but more to do, and we really hope that the ISSB standards are going to support that improvement in climate-related reporting. So that's adoption. And then moving on to the second area of focus for us.
Would you take a question? Would
Sure.
you take a question right now, Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. Hi, Sue. It's great seeing you again. I had a question on the slides where you say jurisdictional progress, and I saw that you had indicated that the EU, as part of EMEA, was part of it. Can you maybe just explain that a little bit more? And that's on slide 5, given that the ESRS would be the framework required for entities in the EU, and how I need to read that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and important question, and a really important part of what we have measured. The reason why we have the EU on this slide is because of the work that we have done with the EU to illustrate and work on the interoperability between our two sets of standards. So as you might know, we worked really hard to align definitions and disclosures where we had common disclosures in both ESRS and ISSB standards, particularly in the area of climate. And we have illustrated to the market how that works by publishing a joint document with EFRAG back in May this year, which explains how you can apply disclosures in a way that would enable you to be able to use a same core set of disclosures, both to assert compliance with the ISSB standards and when used in conjunction with additional information to also assert compliance with ESRS, so you have efficient reporting. And in fact, when we did the official launch of that document, it was the European Commission themselves who said that as a result of this interoperability, if you apply the ISSB standards or ESRS and use our interoperability guide, then you are able to assert compliance with both sets of standards. And that means that the EU themselves see themselves as the first jurisdiction in the world to adopt the ISSB's global baseline. So part of the disclosure required under ESRS is consistent with and includes the ISSB global baseline. And so it's as a result of that work and that assertion from the Commission themselves that we are able to say that the EU has included within ESRS adopted the ISSB's global baseline. So it's basically embedded if you're careful with the way that you apply the standards. So I'll move on now to the implementation part of what we are focusing on. So as you will know, based on the conversations you yourselves have been having with stakeholders around the world, this change in reporting to move sustainability and climate reporting into the regulatory sphere, subject to assurance and associated with the financial statements, is a big change in reporting, even for those who have done sustainability reporting in the past. And we're very aware of that at the Foundation. And so we have decided that our number one priority in our work is to ensure that we're doing what we can with our spot in the ecosystem to support those using S1 and S2 to ensure that our standards are understood and they're applied well. And so to support that, we're making sure to develop educational materials to help explain the application of our standards. We have a transition implementation group to answer questions, and we're also working with directly and with others to raise awareness and to ensure that companies around the world and regulators, assurers and others understand our standards so that they can be applied well. So if you move on to the next slide, we've been very active when it comes to educational materials, with a whole range of materials that we've made publicly available to support those using our standards, ranging from explaining what's the similarities and differences between the TCFD recommendations and our climate disclosure requirements in IFRS S2, and explaining some of the aspects of our standards, for example, how to apply the requirements in our standards about providing information about the current and anticipated effects of sustainability risks in the financial statements. But most recently, a document that we're very pleased to have published is a new set of educational material on the topic of materiality. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that on the next few slides. So yes, thank you. So this document that we published just a couple of weeks ago really does two things. It explains to companies how to work out which sustainability-related risks and opportunities you need to provide information on when you use the ISSB standards. So identifying what to provide information about. The second thing that the guide does is it explains to companies how to make the ultimate assessment of which information about those risks and opportunities needs to be disclosed, because it is material information, which is what we require to be included within the reports. So if you move to the next slide. Another important aspect of this set of educational materials that we've put together on materiality is that we've highlighted some aspects of connectivity with the work of our sister board and between sustainability information and the financial statements. This is really clear when you pick up our materiality guidance, because we have used the IASB's materiality practice statement as the foundation for the description of how we describe to assess materiality of information using the ISSB standards, which we can do because we have the same definition of materiality as the IASB. We've also talked about how a company needs to think about the connections in information between the sustainability information and the financial statements to make sure the package of information works well to meet investors' information needs. And also because it's very important we understand for companies to be able to understand how to apply the ISSB standards, either in combination with the European ESRS standards or in combination with the GRI standards to report not only to investors but to broader stakeholders on impact. We have included considerations in the guide for how to think about materiality using our standards and how that term is used in ESRS and GRI standards. Moving to the next slide. And just to highlight a few of the key messages that we included in this materiality document. The first is reminding people that our standards are designed to provide useful information that's useful for investor decision making, and that, as you guys would know, materiality is an entity-specific characteristic of information. We want to focus on material information. And like the IASB, ultimately the assessment of when a piece of information is material and therefore needs to be included in the sustainability reporting is judged by thinking about investor decision making, and in particular this very specific test that we use in IFRS literature, that an entity assesses whether, if this piece of information was omitted, misstated or obscured, then that could reasonably be expected to influence the decisions that an investor would make. And this commonality of this definition of materiality and the way you assess it between the ISSB's information and the information in financial statements is part of the reason for why the connected information between ISSB reporting and financial statements works very well compared with other sustainability standards designed not only to meet investors' information needs. If I move on to the next slide and some other key messages in the guide. At the core of our standards is this description in IFRS S1, which talks about sustainability-related risks and opportunities. So this document explains that concept of sustainability-related risks and opportunities and how a company should identify the the risks and opportunities that are important to provide information about. And it also explains how to use sources of guidance if you're reporting on a topic other than climate. So we haven't yet developed a full suite of sustainability standards at the ISSB, how to use the IASB materials or GRI materials or other materials to help you report on topics beyond climate. Moving on to the next slide. We also talk about how to make this assessment of materiality, and as I said, that's very much built on the materiality practice statement published many years ago by the IASB. And the last thing that I would highlight, which is a very important part of this document, is that we really try to be clear about what aspects of sustainability risks and opportunities the ISSB asks for information about. And what we really emphasize here is that you need to think about an entity's impacts on people and the environment if those impacts could give rise to sustainability-related risks and opportunities that could reasonably be expected to affect the entity's prospects, and where that information is material for investors. An example of this is information about Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, which is an impact of the company on the environment, but because it could affect the business model of a company and the way it needs to manage its business in the future, information about that is really important for investors. And this document really tries to explain the focus of the ISSB in its standards to support good application. So as you can tell, I'm very enthusiastic about this materiality document, and so I really encourage you to take a look at it. Moving on to the next slide and some other things that we're doing to support those using our standards. One of the things we think a lot about at the ISSB and indeed at the IFRS Foundation is how the package of information provided to investors works together. And we are really fortunate to have two boards within the IFRS Foundation, both focused on meeting investors' information needs. So we can focus really clearly on how our standards work together and how the package of information works well together. And people are really keen to understand how to apply our standards together and what the reporting would look like. And so at our World Standard Setters Conference in September this year, we did a session to describe for some examples, fact patterns, how the IASB standards would be reflect information in the financial statements about a particular set of circumstances and how that would be complemented with information resulting from using the ISSB's standards. That session was very well received, and we've actually now made available publicly this World Standard Setter session, and we're in the process of arranging a webcast with the staff presenting these examples because we think they're very helpful for people in the market. And as I said, Rika will talk later in more detail about connectivity between our work. On the next slide is a piece of educational material that isn't ready yet, but it's in the pipeline in terms of what we're thinking about. And that's educational material to support those using our climate standard S2 when they provide information about transition plan disclosures. This is a really, really important area of reporting on climate-related risks and opportunities for investors, and we want to make sure that this information is high quality and that it's globally comparable. And we're also really keen to take a leadership role in this area to ensure that a company with a transition plan doesn't have to provide slightly different information about that transition plan when it reports information in different markets around the world. So the ISSB has decided to do more in this space to support the application of IFRS S2. So in the first instance, we've taken responsibility for the disclosure-specific material that the UK Transition Plan Task Force had developed that provided extra colour on the disclosures that should be provided about transition plans to meet investors' information needs. And we've put that on our Knowledge Hub on our website. And then in the next half year or so, we're planning to take those TPT materials and to make them into official branded IFRS Foundation educational material that will be used to support those using our climate standard. It doesn't change the requirements in our standard. They'll be the same. If you have a transition plan, you need to provide decision useful information to investors, but this guidance would help you to decide what a good set of disclosures would look like about transition plans. And we hope that by developing this educational material, jurisdictions around the world will use our educational material to support transition plan disclosures rather than developing disclosure guidance or requirements on a fragmented basis around the world. In the future, we'll decide whether we need to do more standard setting in S2, building on this work. But in the first instance, this is just making sure there's good educational material to support good application of our existing requirements. Moving on to the next slide. As you, I hope, know, because you have a member on our Transition Implementation Group, thank you, Claire, we have a Transition Implementation Group, which is a body that meets in public, chaired by me, which answers implementation questions that we receive from the market when people are actually applying our standards. We've had 3 meetings this year, and we've discussed 8 implementation questions on a range of different topics. We think this is a really valuable forum to provide real live support to the market when they have implementation questions. We have papers that are discussed in public. We provide minutes, which are, we hope, helpful to support those using our standards. And we also use this as a forum to identify whether there's any questions that need to be elevated to the board for their awareness and potentially any further action. And in fact, at our November board meeting in Beijing, we discussed a couple of issues around greenhouse gas emissions measurement that have come to the Transition Implementation Group, where we're starting to consider whether the board should make some targeted amendments to S2 to address some of the questions that have come in from those using our standards. Moving on to the next slide. We also have a digital taxonomy which supports digital reporting of information using S1 and S2, which we're encouraging jurisdictions around the world to use to ensure we have good comparability in sustainability disclosures that's provided electronically in jurisdictions around the world. So lots happening on implementation. If it's okay, Tom, shall I go on and talk about the work plan and then stop for questions?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next section, as I always say, we wouldn't be real standard setters if we weren't thinking about the next thing to work on. So in addition to talking to people about adoption and use of the existing standards, we are also thinking about what comes next. And we consulted last year and were pleased to publish our new work plan at the end of June this year. And this graph here highlights what decisions the board made in terms of its prioritisation over the next 2 years. And we decided that our number one priority should be making sure that we're providing support that the market needs to use S1 and S2 well. And that was a very clear message we received from our stakeholders all around the world. They need help because this is a big change in reporting. And so as you will know from what I've just been talking about, that is where we're putting a lot of our energy at the foundation at the current time. And we're also starting to think about our new work in standard setting and research. And we decided to really build out 2 strands of work, some research and some maintenance and enhancement work, which I'll talk about in a moment. And we also decided to confirm that underpinning everything that we do, we're going to have at the front of our minds a couple of key things. One is something that I hope everybody recognises when we talk about the IFRS Foundation, which is always engaging with stakeholders to understand their views and to consult as we do our standard setting work. But 2 things that are very particular to the work of the ISSB. One is connectivity, which I've been talking about already, making sure that our standards work well to provide information that complements the financial statements, and also particularly that our standards work well with those of our sister board, the IASB. So connectivity is something we think about all of the time. The other thing that we have at front of our mind is making sure that we're doing our bit to make sure we have a really efficient ecosystem. So as we do our future work, no matter whether it's on a theme or industry-based standard setting, we are coordinating our work to consider both the work of GRI, which I'll talk about in a moment, but also the work in Europe of ESRS, the EFRAG work that's going on there, to make sure that our standards work well with those of others, and where we can find common disclosures to try to align those wherever possible, so that the reporting system is as cost efficient and effective as possible for preparers and provides useful information. So just talking quickly for a moment about our future plan of work and what's coming up next on the next slide. So we're doing research on 2 projects, and in fact we're talking about the human capital project at our board meeting earlier today. So we're doing research on 2 new themes. One is nature, so biodiversity, ecosystems and ecosystem services, and the other is human capital, which includes considering aspects not just of a company's own employees, but also workers in the value chain. And we're really trying to make sure that we understand the information needs in the market, the current state of reporting, and what the ISSB may need to do to enhance reporting on these 2 important topics. So we hope to make decisions on this research in the first half of next year to decide on next steps for standard setting. Moving on to the next slide. The other thing that we've decided to do is to enhance our industry-based standards that we have in-house through our consolidation with the Value Reporting Foundation, the IASB standards. We've already done some work last year to enhance the international applicability of these standards to ensure that they are fit for use around the world. And now we're looking at further enhancements to the IASB standards to ensure that when a company uses IFRS S1 and S2, that the IASB standards are providing really useful, targeted, proportionate information to enable companies to communicate on their sustainability risks and opportunities to the market. We have 77 industry standards in the suite of IASB standards, and we've decided in our initial phase of work to focus on between 9 and 12 of the IASB standards with an objective of publishing exposure drafts in the first half of next year. So moving on to the next slide. These are the industries that we've decided to prioritise. You can see them on the slide here. So some in the extractives industry sector, some in infrastructure, and some in food and beverage. We selected these based on where we were aware that there were particular information needs that we need to address, and also taking into consideration the timelines and work plans of IFRAG in Europe and of GRI to enable us to try to align our work to look for this efficiency in the ecosystem that I've been talking about. So if I move to the next slide. I'll just wrap up by talking very quickly about interoperability, and then I'll open up for questions. So as I mentioned earlier in response to that very pertinent question about our work with EU, we're in a good spot at the moment with the EU, given the work that we've done on interoperability. And what do I mean by that? At the moment, our climate requirements are well aligned so that a core of disclosures is common between the ISSB standards and the European requirements. You can provide your ISSB disclosures plus some additional information on financed and facilitated emissions. And if you're careful, they can be presented in a way that can be used both for ISSB and ESRS. And also, if you're reporting on entity-specific information in Europe at the moment, you can use the IASB standards to provide industry-specific information, or the industry-specific materials in our climate standard to provide industry-specific information to meet ESRS reporting requirements. That's explicit in ESRS. Similarly, for topics beyond climate, we allow companies to use ESRS to provide disclosures to meet our requirements as long as they're investor relevant information. So there's a really nice interoperability at the moment between our two sets of requirements. And we want to make sure that we keep good interoperability going forward. So one of the things that we're doing is really talking to IFRAG very closely to encourage them to build on the IASB standards as the basis for their new sector-based standard setting in Europe, so we can keep this good interoperability when it comes to industry or sector-based disclosures. We're also talking to them on our research projects on nature and human capital to look for possibilities of alignment. We're encouraging IFRAG to talk to us about transition plan disclosures so that they can build on the work that we're going to do on educational materials, again, to reduce fragmentation for companies using both the ISSB and ESRS standards. And on digital reporting, we're looking at interoperability of our digital taxonomies to enable investors to be able to identify and extract the ISSB information from the bigger set of ESRS information in digital reporting. So lots of opportunity here to make it easier for companies using both ESRS and ISSB standards, and to apply ESRS standards in a way that enables investor relevant information to be identified. So lots of work to do and more to come. And on the last slide, I just wanted to touch on GRI. And I think you may have had Carol Adams this morning presenting on the work of GRI before me, so it's good that I'm touching on this as well, because this is another really, really important partnership for us. Our dream here is working with GRI. We want to find in our new research work on nature and human capital, and also as we enhance our IASB standards, we want to see if there are disclosures that are relevant both to us when it comes to providing information that's investor material about an entity's prospects in accordance with the ISSB standards, and if that information is also relevant to report on impacts within the remit of GRI. Wherever possible, we want to identify those common disclosures and make sure they're aligned. That would mean that we could achieve what we call a full direct interoperability of our standards, so that a company that needs to use the ISSB standards and GRI has a common core of disclosures that they can use to meet both sets of requirements. And it's really clear which additional disclosures you need to apply to also meet the ISSB's requirements, and which additional disclosures on impact GRI would require. So again, we're looking for efficiency and interoperability with GRI and actively discussing with GRI our work on these new streams of our work plan to really affect this really efficient ecosystem of reporting going forward. So this is a very, very important part of our new work plan, that we're not working in a silo, but we're very much working in partnership with GRI. And with that, Tom, I'll hand back and see if there were any questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions for Sue or none?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sue, for your presentation. I have a question regarding connectivity. I think that the conceptual framework of IFRS accounting standard is a good place to improve connectivity between both standards. And I'd like to know if you are exploring with the IASB to improve or to update the conceptual framework, especially chapter 1 and 2, to connect the concept related to general purposes financial report. Thank you.
So the short answer to that question is that neither of us have an active project on the conceptual framework at the moment, but I would agree with you that in an ideal world, ultimately, I think it would be good for us to be really clear on some of these concepts. And in particular, I think a question that increasingly is going to come up that we are both going to be interested in, and where I would agree with you, it will really be valuable to be thinking about it together, potentially in the context of the conceptual framework, is, you know, where does the financial statement stop and what's their objectives, and where does the sustainability reporting start and what's its objectives, and how do the two interrelate? And so I agree with you, some thinking around how this package of information fits together is going to be really, really important. I think you start to see some of this, not in the conceptual framework context, but in the comments that we make in S1 from our side, in terms of the connection of information, the ability to potentially meet our requirements by including information by cross-reference to the financial statements. And we also start to see some of this thinking when it comes to the management commentary project that the IASB is in the process of finalising at the moment, where they point out that information about sustainability can be a relevant topic when it comes to things to discuss in management commentary. So I think both of us are starting to look at things that really touch on connections and information, and over time we'll need to dig into that more deeply, maybe in conceptual framework context or another one. So I would say watch this space, but not just yet.
Maybe I'll ask a question. So what are you hearing around the world? Obviously, 5,000 is out, but what are you hearing in terms of issues of assurability of your standards, and what preparers and others and regulators are thinking about in terms of challenges that they're facing? We're in the process, just so you know, obviously of preparing our implementation materials too, but it would be great to get any market feedback that you're getting, particularly as people try to cope and prepare for assurance of your standards.
Yes, thanks, Tom. The short answer is I don't hear a lot that's too specific about assurance, because I think we go out of our way to really explain what our role is, what your role is, and the relationship between the two. So I hear a little bit of, and you wouldn't be surprised that the sorts of things that come up are around things in the value chain, scope 3, and people thinking about the assurance aspects of those is probably the most common thing that comes up. And I think the other point where perhaps there's a particular link between our work, which will be an interesting one for us to keep in touch on, is when it comes to some of the things that we ask for in our standards, and I'm thinking particularly here of the requirement we have in IFRS S1 to report on topics beyond climate, and we ask companies to we say they shall refer to and consider the IASB standards. I think there's quite a lot of interest in what that instruction means and how an assurer will assure that that process has been happening. And so that's something we're looking at the moment, and I think a good one for us to touch base on where our work dovetails in. And beyond that, I would say that if I talk to investors and others, there's a lot of positivity, understanding that you guys have moved forward and reached a final place in terms of providing some more guidance and support for the market on assurance of this new type of information, and in the work of IASB as well, because people really do understand that our standards are a good part of the jigsaw puzzle, but you're also a really important part of the jigsaw puzzle, because it's not just about getting this information out there, it's making sure people really feel secure that they can trust this information. So I think there's probably a level of nervousness from preparers about how hard it might be to get sort of clearance, for whatever better word, from an assurance perspective, but also I think a general understanding that that's something that needs to happen for this whole exercise to go well.
Estelle?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sue, for your presentation. It's perhaps more comment than a question. In fact, I'm particularly interested in your project on sector-based standards in connection with ISSB. Because I think that the question of connectivity between financial statements and the sustainability assessment is essential and particularly crucial for sector-based standards. And I would like to know if and how this issue is going to be particularly addressed. For example, for the oil and gas sector, we know that it should take into account or consider the following financial indicators or sustainable indicators like revenues and investment related to oil and gas activities, but also the green capex of the medium and long term to implement its transition plan, the research and development expenditure for the year on solutions, technologies, and new business model, the price per barrel of oil used for assessed impairment tests, etc., liabilities, provisions. So I think that the work that you are going to do on this sector will be very contributive and interesting in terms of connectivity between financial statement and sustainability assessment. And I would appreciate if we can have more development on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Colin? Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Sue, for the presentation. I have a question regarding your research projects. You explicitly mentioned biodiversity. The question is very simple. How much time or what's your timeline or time plan for coming to a final solution or final standard or partial standard on biodiversity? This is one question, because I personally think it's very, very important. And secondly, what's the perception by investors you're talking to about this particular topic, biodiversity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in terms of the timeline, we're in the research phase, so it's sort of early days to predict the timing of when we might be doing more, and in particular when we might be in standard setting and then consult in terms of biodiversity. But what I would say is that one thing that we are really keen to do at the ISSB is, in the same way that we built on the work of the TCFD, to see if there's work of others that we can build on where that provides investor relevant information. So, for example, thinking about the ability to build on the work of the TNFD is something that we're looking at, and so that can help us with timelines. The other thing I would say is that some of the aspects of both nature and human capital may be dealt with in the IASB standards on an industry basis as well. So there could be some nature-related metrics and disclosures that would come through the IASB enhancements even before we do something more holistic on nature. So I think that that's important. In terms of investor feedback, there's evidence of a sort of growing interest of information in biodiversity would be my overall takeaway. An awareness that this is quite nascent, particularly when it comes to quantitative information. And so the quality of the information has got room to improve, I would say, would be some of the feedback that we're getting as well. And also it's quite evident in the feedback that we're getting on biodiversity, if I compare it with the feedback that we're getting on human capital, that the relevance of the information is varies quite a lot by industry or sector. And the nature front relative to something like human capital, where at least on some topics, such as diversity and equity and inclusion, perhaps that's more relevant across industries. There's more nature topics that are more industry specific. And so we're seeing that in terms of the feedback. I'm hoping that we can give at least some colour in terms of the direction of travel by the end of next year on the nature topic. So that's my own personal aspiration, but it is early days in terms of pinning it down more specifically than that. But I think your instinct that it's an important topic is true, and it's more a question of which particular aspects of information are particularly necessary to inform investment decisions. And I think here our relationship with GRI is particularly very important, because this could be a situation where some of the impact information may be really relevant to GRI in combination with the investor relevant information that we identify, and we're both keen to look at working with TNFD on that.
Anyone else in the room? Question? Okay, so I think there's no other tech cards up. One of the things we've talked about too is how we could amplify each other's messaging on it and aspects of coordination, and so potentially leveraging your knowledge hub, et cetera. So those discussions will continue. Certainly, it's really important that we continue to work together, which I'm pleased that we're 100% committed to that on both sides. And we just really appreciate yours and the ISSB's continued support for our activities.
Thank you very much. And I think we're very much at the beginning of the journey, based on, 1 year out. Publishing the standards is just the first step. So lots more for us both to do. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much.
Doesn't feel like just a year, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, well, great seeing you, Sue, and thank you to the whole ISSB. Okay, so we're going to take a break right here. We'll reconvene at 11 a.m. When the IAASB joins us, which is we'll bring some related topics up. And thank you for the morning session so far. Okay, could we start getting back to our places? Hi, Rika. Hi, Jennifer. How are
Hello,
you?
I'm good,
Great to
thank you.
see.
And you?
So we're just finishing up our break. People are getting back to the seats. We already have your presentation on the screen here. So I just want to, first of all, welcome you both to our meeting again. It's always great to get an update with you. Obviously, we were in London. It doesn't seem so long ago. Probably was less than a month ago at this point, where we were talking about coordination between our two boards, which is a very important thing. I really have appreciated the IASB's support for our activities, and we're really interested to hear what you're up to and its impacts on audit. So Sue just briefed us too, and we talked a little bit about interconnectivity between their two boards as well. So interested to get your perspective from that too. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hello, the IAASB members. Thank you, Tom, for your kind introduction, and to all the IAASB and its staff members for allowing Jennifer and me to share the update on the ISB's projects and activities today. I truly appreciate Willie and Anna's support in preparing today's presentation to consider the IAASB members' interest. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend our foundation and our two boards, IASB and Sue Lloyd's ISSB's gratitude for your continued support and valuable feedback from the audit standards perspectives. Thank you so much. And I will also echo what Sue already said in the previous session. We genuinely congratulate your massive accomplishment in publishing the final standard ISA 5000. We believe which will be instrumental in facilitating and accelerating all stakeholders' transition efforts to provide more transparent and comparable sustainability-related financial disclosures. So we also continue carry on our journey of connectivity with our sister board ISSB. Then before we start our presentation, I just want to say this housekeeping item. So any comments or views we share today don't represent those of our foundation or our boards. And like the previous year's presentation, we will pause for your questions and feedback after sharing a few major topics. I hope that makes this session more informative and interactive. Then, now I'll hand it over to Jennifer to explain the past topics about the new requirements which will become effective in the next few years.
Yes, thank you, Rika. If we could go to slide number 4. Yeah, I think we can go. Okay, great. So it's good to be here again with everyone. We thought, just like last year, we would start off with just a brief overview of things that are coming up, the new requirements. And so you'll be seeing them in your audit work, or if you're in a company, you'll see it in the company. So, as you can see on the slide, we've got a couple of different groups of requirements coming effective in the next couple of years. So I won't speak about all of these, but I did want to highlight a few, and just to highlight a few things on this slide. So there we do have, as you can see, there are 4 sets of amendments that are effective for this year. Were effective as of 1 January 2024. We have one coming on board very soon now on 1 January 2025, and then a couple in 2026. And I think, as you're probably well aware, January 1, 2027 will be a big year with both IFRS 18 and IFRS 19 becoming effective. So we'll talk through those. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So just first wanted to mention lease liability and a sale and lease back. The IASB had made some amendments to our leases standard, which is IFRS 16. And these are effective for annual reporting periods beginning on or after 1 January 2024. Earlier application is permitted. The amendments added subsequent measurement requirements for sale and leaseback transactions that satisfy the requirements in our revenue standard, which is IFRS 15, to be accounted for as a sale. I won't go into all the details of the subsequent measurement, but I did want to just point out the transition requirements and ask you to pay attention to the transition requirements. The IASB did decide to require a seller lessee to apply the amendments retrospectively. And that's explained further in the basis for conclusions as well. So just take a look at that. I think we can go on to the next slide, please. So the next one is supplier finance arrangements. The IASB issued these amendments in May of 2023. And really from a request from users to have better information to assess how supplier finance arrangements affect an entity's liabilities, cash flows, and exposure to liquidity risk. And the additional requirements complement presentation disclosure requirements that are already in our standards. The disclosures are mandatory for, again, this year, annual reporting periods beginning on or after 1 January 2024, with earlier application permitted. And again, here, I wanted to just point out and highlight the transition requirements. At the date of issuance of the amendments, we were about 6 months away from the 1st of January 2024. So the IASB developed some transition requirements to achieve a balance to let companies and entities have enough time to, and also jurisdictions get ready for the new requirements, but also meet the information needs of users of the financial statements. So you'll see there were no disclosures required in the interim financial statements for the first year of application. And only in the first year of application, there'll be certain data points that are required both at the beginning of the year and end of the year, and certain data points were not required for the opening balances or for the opening amounts as of the beginning of the year. So just take a careful look at those when you're going through either doing your auditing or doing the preparation of the financial statements. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We'll talk about lack of exchangeability. So this is the one it's coming up soon, annual reporting periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2025. Again, earlier application is permitted. We talked about this last year a little bit. These amendments fill a gap in our standards in our accounting standards related to the effects of changes in foreign exchange rates. And we know that not all entities will find themselves in a situation where there's a lack of exchangeability. But if they do find themselves in that situation, the amendments provide a consistent approach to follow to assess whether a currency is exchangeable into another currency, and when it's not, to estimate a spot exchange rate. And I'd also, again, pay attention to the new disclosure requirements here that enable investors to understand the financial statement effects of a currency not being exchangeable into another currency. So I think we can go to the next slide, please. So then the next few items I'll talk about, we've got a little bit more time. This one will come into effect for 2026, annual reporting periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2026. Again, earlier application permitted. And this is amendments to the classification and measurement of financial instruments. So those are our standards, IFRS 9 and IFRS 7. The IASB issued these amendments in response to feedback received as part of its post-implementation review of the classification and measurement requirements in our financial instrument standard. There are a couple different elements to these amendments. One was to amend the requirements related to settling financial liabilities using an electronic payment system. You may have remembered this one, that it was a topic that came out of our IFRS Interpretations Committee. There are also requirements related to assessing contractual cash flow characteristics of financial assets, including those with ESG-linked features. And there are a few other items as well. I won't go through all the details, but again, these will come into effect 1st of January 2026. And then I think we can go to the next slide. So this was a big year in terms of 2 new standards being issued. So the first I'll talk about is IFRS 18, presentation and disclosure in financial statements. It was issued in April. I think I would say this was long awaited. I think investors are going to be happy about some of these new requirements. It has effective date of annual reporting periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2027, with earlier application permitted. I think there are a couple of like key elements to this. There are new required subtotals in the statement of profit or loss, including operating profit. There are disclosures about management-defined performance measures, or MPMs, and enhanced guidance on aggregation and disaggregation. So I think we could definitely spend a full session talking about this standard, but we won't do that today. I would just encourage you to, in fact, encourage the entities that you work with to get started on implementation plans if they haven't already, and make the preparations needed for a smooth transition. I would also just encourage you to visit our implementation page for IFRS 18 that's on our website, and that will be updated as we go forward to support the implementation of this standard. And then if you go to the next slide, please, the last one I'll talk about is IFRS 19. So this is a new standard issued this year by the IASB. And it also has an effective date for annual reporting periods beginning on or after 1st of January 2027. This is a disclosure-only voluntary standard for eligible subsidiaries that includes reduced disclosure requirements. And it is expected to reduce the cost of preparing those eligible subsidiaries' financial statements. And again, here I won't go into the details, but I would also encourage you to visit our implementation page on our website that will continue to be updated with educational materials, including webcasts and other information that will help entities in applying this. So with that, I know we will pause a little bit later on for questions. I'll now turn it back to Rika to provide an overview of the IASB's current work plan.
Jennifer, thank you. So let's move on to slide 12.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Yes, that one. Thank you. So I will give you a high-level overview of our work plan. And this slide shows you those projects in public consultation. So there are the 2 projects on IAS 28, the equity method standard, and IAS 37 provision standards. Jennifer and I will explain more details later. And in 2025, next year, we will publish the exposure draft on dynamic risk management, proposing amendments to IFRS 9 and IFRS 7. Next slide, please. So this slide shows you our plan to publish the final document. So this month, We plan to publish the final amendments to IFRS 9 and IFRS 7, targeting specific accounting treatments and disclosures regarding contract for renewable electricity. We also expect to publish the revised IFRS for SMEs accounting standard in the first quarter of 2025. The revised practice statement management commentary will be published in the first half of 2025, and the new accounting standard for regulatory asset and regulatory liabilities will be published in the second half of 2025. That's our current plan. And next slide, please. So is it possible to press all buttons for this slide? I think this
There
slide
may be a
contains
second
animation,
click,
but
or
yeah. So
yeah, there may be a second click on this slide that reveals the bottom.
yes,
There you go.
thank you, Tom. That's quite helpful. So this slide
It's the
shows
first thing
you-
that I've helped today.
not the first help, but thank you. This slide shows you the entire picture of where we are for all active standard setting projects. So I want to highlight the first point is the pipeline is now empty because we recently started 3 new projects: intangible assets, amortized cost measurement, and statement of cash flows and related matters. Later, we will provide detailed information on those few projects, such as equity method, business combination, financial instrument with a characteristic of equity that we consider you are interested in. And Jennifer will provide some information about the new 3 projects. For the rest, I will not give you the details, but please feel free to ask any questions when we pause. So next slide, please. Thank you. And this slide illustrates the status of maintenance project. So we have 10 projects to help the application practices and consistent application of specific requirements in existing our accounting standards. So later, Jennifer will share more information about those projects you might be interested in. Next slide, please. So in compliance with our due process handbook requirements, we conduct a post-implementation review of significant new accounting standards and amendment after companies initially applied the new standards requirement for 2 to 3 years internationally. We recently completed a post-implementation review of the 2 major standards, IFRS 15 revenue and IFRS 9 impairment for financial instruments. Regarding those 2 standards, our stakeholders' feedback indicated the standard worked as intended by the IASB when developing them. So we didn't expect any substantial work to continue. We recently started the post-implementation review of IFRS 16, this standard, and we will decide when to start the PIR of IFRS 9 hedge accounting in 2025. So please move on to the slide 18. Yes, thank you. So I'm really pleased to share this slide's content with you. This slide demonstrates how closely you, the IAASB, and we, the IASB, continue having constructive and collaborative dialogues on the relative project for both boards. And second thing I want to highlight is we appreciate your cooperation and consideration regarding your going concern project when considering the interactions between your revised standards requirement and our literature's requirement regarding the overlap areas. Working with EDOS, going concern task force team, we had an opportunity to ascertain that your revised requirements align with our accounting requirements. I hope to work with you until you publish the revised ISA 570 in 2025 to ensure alignment in your final document. So thank you again. Another thing I want to share is I'm thrilled to see this long list of items your leadership and liaison working group have supported for the ISB. Thank you for your comment letter on the business combination project and also your engagement with our different project teams to provide helpful, insightful feedback. I think the IAASB is the only body that shares genuine perspectives of auditability and verifiability, which we deeply appreciate. I look forward to the next year's engagement with you on our projects and your projects. Now, I would like to pause for your comments and question and hand over to Tom.
Thank you, Rika. I don't know, Eric, you've been helping to manage the lead on behalf of the board on liaison stuff. Any perspective you want to share? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but
that's great. No, I just echo Riku's comments because we've had very good interaction between the two boards in terms of what's coming down the pipe and where our involvement might be appropriate, and so it's been working very well this year. So just those are my comments.
Great. Okay. Any questions, Christelle?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for this clear and very complete presentation on your activities. Really appreciate it. I will have an open question about your project on intangibles, IAS 338. The fact that you are going to revise it, I'm really interested in the objectives and the scope of this upcoming revision. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else at the board have a question? None?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Rika and Jennifer, for your complete presentation. I'd like to know if you have made any progress about, really, which kind of progress you did on the business combination project, since the IAASB liaison group expressed some concerns on auditability of the outcome on the proposal in that project. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any questions on this?
Thank you, Tom. I don't really have a question, but I do want to express my content with the liaison that we had with Rika and Jennifer in respect of going concern, and also that that's likely not going to stop in the foreseeable future, particularly not towards your next agenda consultation. But coordination has been useful and very good indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Edo. I also think it's really important that that has occurred, because it's going to give us confidence when we approve the standard this week that things are complementary. Okay, I think we could move forward to the next section if you'd like.
Thank you. So about the question on the intangibles and the business combination standard, maybe we will cover when we presenting on those matters. So move on to the next slide. And next slide, please. And then now we're business combination project page. So first of all, so thank you so much for your comment letter and exposure draft on this project. We truly appreciate your feedback on proposals within the exposure draft. And then we truly appreciate, even though you have some concerns, but at the same time, you gave us how we can address your concern and reduce some risk you might come up with in terms of expectation gap. So first of all, the project objective is to improve the information provided by management at a reasonable cost to investors about business combination and the subsequent performance of acquired businesses. And when we're talking about a reasonable cost, that contains not only just the cost, actual cost, but also try to address the risk incurred. And in the exposure draft, to achieve the project objective, we propose a package of solutions by enhancing disclosure requirements and providing some improvement in the impairment test model that we can reduce cost and complexity or strengthen the effectiveness of the impairment test. And our proposals also included 2 solutions to address stakeholders concerned about cost, forward-looking information, and commercial sensitivity by providing the exemption, not disclosing some items of information when disclosing that information can be expected to seriously prejudice any objective of business combinations, and requiring the entity to disclose some information only for a subset of material business combination. So the status of project is from this month's meeting, so today's meeting, staff started providing detailed feedback on our exposure draft proposals to amend IFRS 3 disclosure requirement and IAS 36 impairment test. So overall, most stakeholders, including preparers, supported the project objective of providing users of financial statements with better information about business combinations at a reasonable cost, of which users highlighted importance. Additionally, stakeholders supported the direction of travel, but similar to IAASB's comment letter, most stakeholders shared some concern and give us some suggestion to address their concerns. So our project is still at the early stage, and we haven't yet decided on the deliberation plan for this project. Probably the next month, the board will start discussing about the overall project direction. We understand we need to consider a solution to address your concern and other stakeholders' concerns, and then hopefully we can continue consult when and where necessary if we come up with any good alternative to address your concerns or any other stakeholders' concerns. So more update will come to you in 2025. Please stay tuned. Let's move on to the next slide. So it's about the financial instrument with characteristic of equity. We published the exposure draft. We propose amendment to address the existing challenges in companies' financial reporting on financial instrument with characteristic of equity. Instead of making fundamental changes in the line between liabilities and equity. We are still, about this project, we are also still at the early stage of deliberation and haven't yet decided on the detailed plan and how to address feedback from our stakeholders. In October, our staff explained analysis of stakeholders' feedbacks in detail on proposed presentation requirement and some proposed disclosure requirement. In addition to the potential changes to the proposed presentation and disclosure requirements, but we still need to take more time to discuss further how we can improve our proposed solutions in existing standards. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So this is about the equity method project. We proposed amendment aimed at helping companies to account for their investment in associate and joint ventures. The proposals respond to stakeholders' questions on how to apply the equity method, instead of questioning the conceptual foundation of equity method. So we will not discuss a question as to whether the equity method is one-line consolidation or measurement method. The proposed amendment in ED clarify how to apply the equity method by answering application questions the IASB has received over several years. The IASB also proposes new disclosure requirement to enhance the information companies provide about these investment in joint ventures and associate. We expect the proposed amendment will reduce diversity in practice and provide users of financial statement with more comparable and useful information. The comment period is still open until 20th of January 2025. So following the consultation, we will consider the feedback and decide how to proceed. So now we would like to pause for your comments and questions. So I will hand it over to Tom.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on these projects that are underway? Business combination, financial instruments, characteristics of equity, equity method. I think it's clear to us from this side. So do you want to turn to your research projects?
Yes, so I can go on to talk about the research projects. So if we go to the next slide, please. And then you can go to the next one as well. So we'll go with slide 24. Thank you. So, and Rika mentioned this earlier, our pipeline is now empty. And the reason for that is the IASB was able to complete some projects this year, as I mentioned, and freed up some staff time. And so now the board has actually started on the projects that it had decided to add during its last agenda consultation. So you can see in the bottom left there, it says research pipeline projects on intangible assets and the statement of cash flows and related matters. So we've now started those projects because those have been moved into the research pipeline and I'm sorry, the research agenda. And so we'll talk a little bit more about those. And then also on the maintenance and consistent application pipeline, we've also started on the climate-related risks project. And I'll talk about that when I get to the maintenance projects. Before I leave this slide, I just wanted to mention on the bottom right, we have those reserve list items on operating segments and pollutant pricing mechanisms, or PPMs. So those, I think there's maybe not everyone knows what the reserve list is. Those were basically projects that the board said would be added to the work plan only if additional capacity becomes available. So it's not yet, those are not yet projects. The IASB has been doing some outreach and research on pollutant pricing mechanisms just to see if there's a need to add a project on that earlier, but that's still in that phase of just gathering information. So if we can go to the next slide, please. I'll talk about intangible assets. So I know there was already a question about this. So I think people are excited to get started on this project. And the project objectives are listed there to comprehensively review the accounting requirements for intangibles. And I think it's also to assess whether our current requirements in IAS 38, whether those remain relevant and whether they continue to fairly reflect current business models. There are a number of potential projects to explore, so there's a lot on the table. I think there was already a question about scope. So scope is a big issue, scope of the standard, even a definition of an intangible asset, and as well as recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure. So there's a lot potentially to explore. The board is still at an early stage. It needs to figure out what approach it wants to take. And so you can see possible project approaches listed there, what we're referring to as all-in-one, so kind of doing everything in one go versus early evaluation and phased. And so our team has been busy talking to our advisory bodies and our consultative groups to gather input. And they've also posted a survey that is recently closed to gather input. At our October IASB board meeting, the team provided initial feedback about their research and outreach so far, and that will be continuing. But one of the themes that was identified so far is that our current standard is out of date and in need of modernization and what they refer to as future proofing. In terms of the approach, many of the stakeholders who have commented so far have said that they don't think the all-in-one approach would be workable, that it would take too long to complete and would be challenging. And so it seems like, at least so far, there's been support for either an early evaluation approach, a phased approach, or some combination of that. And I've heard at least some support for tackling what we're referring to as the 3 double C's, which is cloud computing, cryptocurrencies, and carbon credits. So that's some ideas that people have maybe for the board to deal with those. So, but again, early stages, the board hasn't made a decision yet. There's a lot more to do, and the team plans to provide another update to the board in the first quarter of 2025. And this is also a project we hope to have a discussion with your liaison working group in the near future. So we'll stay tuned for that also. So I think we can go on to the next slide, 26. Thank you. So this is, again, statement of cash flows and related matters, another project I think we're very excited about that users and investors have said they would really like us to work on. And so here again, there are a number of potential projects or potential topics to explore. As listed, I won't go through all of these, but I think there's interest in thinking through the classification of cash flows into categories, disaggregation of information. And it seems like there is more talk these days about what is the definition of cash and cash equivalents, and do certain instruments or items, do they qualify to be a cash equivalent? There's been more talk about use of the direct method, and then also about non-cash transactions and the effects of those non-cash transactions on the statement of cash flows. The possible project approaches, again, this could be a comprehensive review, or it could be done through targeted improvements. This project is a little bit further behind the intangibles one, because this one was just added in September of 2024. But the team is also conducting initial research, conducting meetings with our consultative groups and advisory bodies, is also reviewing financial statements and looking at academic studies to gather information about what's the nature and extent of the perceived deficiencies with our current standard. The project team also expects to come back to the board with additional updates in the first quarter of 2025, to help the board decide kind of direction. And this is also, again, a project we would hope to have a future discussion with your liaison working group. So with that, I will move on. If we could move on to the next slide and actually go to the next slide as well. I will cover a couple of our maintenance projects. And Rika mentioned earlier, she showed you earlier, our bigger work plan and maintenance. I'm going to talk about 3 of the projects. So I'm going to talk about power purchase agreements, the climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements project, and then also provisions. So first, power purchase agreements. So this is a project that the IASB added in July of 2023 to research whether it was feasible to make narrow scope amendments to our financial instrument standard, IFRS 9, to better reflect the effects of power purchase agreements on the financial statements. And I think we talked a little bit last year about the reasons for this. Entities, so what we're hearing is entities are increasingly entering into power purchase agreements for the procurement of renewable energy. And it's also, PPAs are also part of some entities' commitments to mitigate the effects of climate change and to decarbonize their processes and products. And so what stakeholders had told the IASB is that applying the current requirements in IFRS 9 to these PPAs sometimes provides less useful information to users, and a timely solution is needed because of the expected increase in the use of PPAs. And also, any proposed solution, they asked, could it be applicable for both physical and virtual PPAs? So the IASB worked quickly on this project and expects to issue final amendments later this month, so very soon. I won't go through all the details, but some of the aspects of the planned amendments, I think one of the challenges with this project was really to try to get the right wording and the right phrasing. So I think it's been called power purchase agreements, renewable energy contracts, and the wording that is now been landed on after looking at feedback is this reference to contracts referencing nature-dependent electricity with specified characteristics. And some of those characteristics are that the source of electricity generation depends on uncontrollable natural conditions. So, for example, the weather, and that contractual features expose the entity to variability in an underlying amount of electricity. So I know there's a lot of words there, but that's to help define the scope of this. And the board did look at and provide amendments to the own use requirements, including describing what a net purchaser of electricity is. They also looked at and provided amendments around the hedge accounting requirements and added new disclosures. And these are applicable both to these contracts referencing nature-dependent electricity, which include both contracts to buy and sell, and financial instruments that only reference such electricity. So there'll be amendments both to IFRS 9 and IFRS 7. And as I said, this will be coming out very soon, this month. And the effective date is the 1st of January, 2026, with earlier application permitted. So I think with that, I'll go to the next slide, please. So I mentioned this earlier. This is one of the maintenance projects that was added as part of the third agenda consultation. The board added this project to its agenda, climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements. They added this in March of 2023, and there was strong demand in the last agenda consultation for this. And so one of the objectives of this project is to explore targeted actions that could be taken to improve the reporting of the effects of climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements. The project originally was going to focus only on climate, but the IASB decided to generalize the objective to cover other uncertainties. And part of the reason for that is because our standards are principles-based, it was difficult to kind of separate some of these effects. It might not always be possible to quantify the financial effects of the climate-related risks separately from other financial effects. And generalizing the objective allows for capturing new uncertainties as they emerge. So the IASB put out and issued an exposure draft on this topic. And the exposure draft included 8 examples illustrating how an entity applies our requirements. So these would be illustrative examples. So it's not new requirements, but it's illustrating how entities would apply the current requirements. So out of the 8 examples, there were examples 1 and 2 dealt with making materiality judgments. Examples 3 through 7 are about disclosing information about assumptions and estimation uncertainty. And then the last one is about disaggregation of information. And this is one of the projects that we talked about with the liaison working group earlier in the year. And the team really found the information that you provided, the input provided, very useful, particularly on examples 1 and 2 on making materiality judgments. I think there's been a lot of feedback on those. The comment period on the exposure draft just closed in late November. And so the team is at an early stage of looking through the feedback. They'll be evaluating all of the feedback and the suggestions to improve the examples. And they'll be coming back expected to come back in the first quarter of 2025 to discuss this with the IASB. And I would just note on this project as well, the team collaborated with ISSB members and technical staff and thought about kind of the application of both the IASB and ISSB standards together. And so let's go on to the next slide. I'll talk about the last maintenance project I was going to cover, which is provisions targeted improvements. So stakeholders have told us that the current standard IAS 37, it generally works well in practice, but there are 3 aspects of the standard that cause problems, and so those are the ones that the IASB decided to look at. And the IASB just recently issued an exposure draft that came out on the 12th of November, and the comments are due back on the 12th of March, 2025. So I'll just briefly talk about the 3 areas. So there's one issue about recognition, there's measurement related to discount rates, and then measurement related to specifying costs. So I think the first one is probably going to get most of the attention, but the first one is to improve upon one of the 3 criteria for recognizing a provision. And it's the requirement for an entity to recognize a provision only if it has a present obligation as a result of a past event. The requirements supporting this criterion have proved difficult to apply to some transactions. And there have been some questions to the Interpretations Committee and other questions. And some stakeholders have also said that these requirements, particularly if you're familiar with IFRIC 21 levies, it results in entities recognizing some provisions too late, potentially depriving investors of useful information about the financial effects of some of the entity's past actions. And there also was a desire to update the terminology to align with some of the changes that were made to the conceptual framework in 2018. So I think what I find interesting here, and I like this word, is it's to disentangle and separately explain 3 conditions: the obligation condition, the transfer condition, and the past event condition. So then I'll move on to talk about briefly the measurement of discount rates. It's going to require use of a rate that reflects the time value of money with no adjustment for own credit risk. And this is something where we understand there's diversity in practice today about how that is handled. So hopefully that will clarify that. And then the last one is the IASB is proposing a narrow scope amendment to clarify that the types of costs an entity includes in measuring a provision are the same as those used to identify whether a contract is onerous. I did want to point out in the exposure draft package, there's a document that includes proposed amendments to the guidance on implementing IAS 37. So these are the illustrative examples. And there's a new 3-part decision tree that walks through particularly this present obligation recognition criterion. At least early feedback is people like that new decision tree. We're happy to take any comments on that. I think there are also updates to the examples that explain in each case, in each fact pattern, whether the obligation, transfer, and past event conditions have been met. And if you've ever wrestled with kind of this, what I refer to as the smoke filter example or the food poisoning examples that are in there, if you're familiar with those, you might appreciate the proposed updates and additional explanation that's provided in the exposure draft package. And there are also some new examples added. So we do look forward to feedback on this exposure draft. And again, this is another one we hope to have a future discussion with the liaison working group. So I will pause there. I think we're going to pause here for questions. So I'll hand it back to you, Tom, if there are any questions.
Great. Any questions, Philly?
Yeah, not really a question, but just reflecting back on the projects that you've covered now in this part of the presentation. I think especially on the intangible assets and the provisions, I think those are 2 areas where we certainly would like to input on auditability, because I think those are the type of topics where you're going to deal with from an auditor lens, those inherent risk factors of complexity, subjectivity, uncertainty, susceptibility to management bias. So I'm sure Anna has already made a note that this is something very important for our liaison working group in 2025.
Let the record show Anna's nodding vigorously back there. Any other, Christelle?
I will have a pragmatic question about one specific intangible asset that is, and you mentioned it, it's crypto asset or cryptocurrencies. What is the accounting for crypto assets presently in the IFRS framework? I understand that with this project of revision of IAS 38, we will take into account as an intangible asset. But presently, if we have to take into account crypto asset of cryptocurrencies, how does it work in this in the IFRS framework? And I have a second question. It's about the cash flow statement revision. Are you expecting or scheduling to work on the definition of free cash flow? We know that it's a very important alternative performance indicator for companies, and it's not so easy to have, I would say, a share or common definition on that. So I'm wondering if it's in the scope of your revision. Thank you.
You want to respond?
I'm happy to start. Then Rika, if you want to jump in, you can do that. I think with respect to, maybe I'll just say with respect to both the intangible assets and the cash flow statement project. So obviously the scope is not determined yet. That's part of the research and outreach that the teams are doing. On cryptocurrencies, I think you asked about the current accounting. There was an agenda decision from the Interpretations Committee that walks through how someone would think about, I'll call it digital assets or cryptocurrencies. And I think, and you probably well know, I think my experience is you have to really look at what is the nature of whatever the digital asset or cryptocurrency is and work through that. But typically the analysis, when you go through the analysis, you end up in IAS 38, the intangible assets standard, but there is an agenda decision on that walks through. But I think with that, I mean, I think some people view that as they don't necessarily like the result that that comes out of that analysis of landing in the intangible asset standard. So at least that will be something I think will be considered in the scope. The board hasn't determined that yet. And then the statement of cash flows project, I have heard that coming up. People have been asking about whether there will be a definition of free cash flow or some of these other KPIs that some or almost sort of alternative performance measures that companies use. I think that's still an open question again because the board hasn't decided the scope yet. But I think I have heard that coming up. So we'll have to see what direction that project takes. But I don't know if Rika, if you wanted to add anything to that.
I mean, Jennifer responded to questions perfectly. Yes, I think agenda decision on crypto asset is a kind of the waterfall decision-making process. So starting point is whether the nature of the asset is cash equivalent, which is whether financial instrument, or if they are not cash or cash equivalent and financial instruments, then the next question is whether that meets the definition of inventory. And then move on to the question about that probably the only place the companies apply the standard is IAS 38 intangible asset. So that is a kind of the existing literature's solution to intangible assets. So we believe that existing requirement help the company to apply our standards. But as Jennifer mentioned that some stakeholders consider that outcome of application of those existing requirements might not reflect the economic substance of some cryptocurrencies or some crypto assets. So that's kind of one of the questions we can consider as part of intangible asset project, but we haven't yet decided the approach and also the scope of this project. So please just stay tuned. And then another thing about the free cash flows, we had a lot of feedback on that particular topic, free cash flow, because that is kind of the major management performance indicator for many companies as well as users' financial statement. So probably there are kind of the two routes we can take. One route is we define free cash flow, and another route is thinking about a similar approach we took for management defined performance measures in IFRS 18. But we haven't yet decided on the scope or whether we are going to address this issue or not. So that is a kind of our situation right now we can share. But yeah, maybe I think in 2025, I'm sure we will make more progress on those two projects. So we will be able to share a lot more things next year. And also, we really look forward to catching up with liaison team to get further input on those two projects in 2025. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we could turn to your connectivity between your board and the ISSB. I see that's next.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So the next is, yes, this slide. So this is a section of connectivity between two boards, IASB and ISSB's work, and then which is already introduced by Sue Lloyd in advance of our session. And Jennifer already introduced one of the project of the connectivity, which is climate related and other uncertainties in financial statement projects, in which we try to provide illustration of how to improve the information about the financial effect of climate related and other uncertainties, underlined by the theme of connectivity between two board standards and the connection in the information prepared by applying the IFRS accounting standards and IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. So this slide provides more information about that theme. So financial statements prepared by applying IFRS accounting standards provide information about the reporting entities, assets, liabilities, equity, income, and expenses. They provide this information by recognizing those items and disclosing them. As you know, the recognition of elements of financial statement is anchored in past events that give rise to present rights and obligation for a reporting entity. Then the disclosure of information captures both recognized and unrecognized elements of financial statements. And information about the future transactions, events, and other conditions, so-called forward-looking information, is included in the financial statement only if it relates to recognized and unrecognized assets, liability, equity, income, and expenses, and if that information is useful to primary users in making their investment decisions. Other types of forward-looking information, such as information about management expectations or strategy, typically is not provided in financial statements. So now, applying IFRS sustainability disclosure standards, sustainability-related financial disclosures provide information about the reporting entities, sustainability-related risks, and opportunities that could reasonably be expected to affect the entity's cash flows, its access to finance, or cost of capital over the short, medium, and long term. As a shorthand, we will refer to all these as an entity's prospects. So as you can see, information about an entity's sustainability-related risks and opportunities it's complementary relative to the information provided in the financial statement. And it gives a different dimension and a different perspective on the entity. One looks through the lens of asset and liability, and the other looks through the lens of sustainability-related risk and opportunities. So it's also important to note an entity's prospects are not only affected by sustainability-related risks and opportunities arising directly from the entity's own activities, but also from its interactions throughout its value chain. Therefore, the ISSB standards require the entity to disclose material information about sustainability-related risk and opportunities throughout its value chain. Again, this is an additional consideration complementary to the financial statement. In addition, the very notion of sustainability-related risk and opportunities is by its nature forward-looking. So information about sustainability-related risk and opportunities provide the primary users with early indications about where the entity is heading before those risks and opportunities affect an entity's financial position, financial performance, or cash flows. So we can see how this provides a complementary prospect related to information in the financial statement. However, sustainability-related risks and opportunities can also affect the entity today. They can affect an entity's business model and its strategy and its financial position, financial performance, and cash flows in the reporting period. This is one place where an overlap of information in the financial statement and sustainability-related financial disclosures can arise, as illustrated on this slide. For instance, from the requirement related to current financial effects. The diagram is not to scale, and the overlap can be bigger or smaller depending on the entity's circumstances. But this is just used to illustrate the logical relationship between two. What is also important is, even in the area of overlap, the information in financial statements and sustainability-related financial disclosures is not necessarily duplicative. Even in that area of overlap, those reports still provide complementary perspectives on the entities. So let's move on to the next slide. And this slide is really tricky. It contains the animation, so I will walk through this one by one. So on this slide, so let's recap the main point I already mentioned. And so financial statement look at an entity through the lens of assets, liabilities, equity, income, and expenses. And please, Michelle, click once. Thank you. When we talk about sustainability-related financial disclosures, we are looking at the same reporting entity, specifically required by the ISSB standards, but we are looking at it through the lens of sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And please click once again. Then both of these reports focus on the information that is material for primary users in their investment decision-making. We also talked about how there can be an area of overlap with respect to the current financial effects of sustainability-related risks and opportunities. Please click once again. Thank you. As illustrated in this diagram, a line item in the financial statement could be affected by a particular sustainability-related risk and opportunity. So for example, in the diagram, you can see the income is affected by opportunity B, A line item could also be affected by more than one sustainability-related risk or opportunity. So, for example, in the diagram, expenses are affected by risks C and E. Finally, a sustainability-related risk opportunity can affect several line items in the financial statement. So, for example, in the diagram, risk C affects both expenses and liabilities. Finally, it's important to highlight that even in those areas of overlaps, because material judgments are made in the context of different reporting objectives and about different applicable requirements, information in financial statements and information in sustainability-related financial disclosures would not necessarily be duplicative, and information still provides complementary perspectives on the reporting entity. Please move on to the next topic. Next slide, please. Thank you. So over 90% of global market capitalization already required to prepare some form of digital financial reporting. Jurisdiction with digital requirement include the US, Europe, China, Japan, India, UK, and South Korea, and more. So as part of the ISB's third agenda consultation, many stakeholders said the ISB should increase its current focus on such reporting. Most of those respondents said that digital financial reporting is increasingly important to capital markets. This trend has been seen in substantial requests to our sister board, ISSB. Therefore, we decided to have one integrated project team for taxonomy and digital reports, working for both IASB and ISSB. We have the same taxonomy consultative group to discuss taxonomies and digital consumption from perspective of accounting and sustainability disclosures to support both boards. The team efforts have led to the ISB and ISSB being developed using the same approach to modeling and taxonomy architecture to facilitate the use of both taxonomy together. This team's collaboration is one of the best illustrations of our connectivity with the ISSB in process and products to achieving the goal. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the IASB's priority activities for taxonomy and strategy of digital financial reporting. I want to draw your attention to the items on the right side. When engaging with stakeholders in digital ecosystem, the IASB is our essential partner in navigating the challenges in our digital reporting environment. So I hope to continue our dialogue with you on this matter as well as others. So now this is the end of today's presentation. So I'd like to hand over to Tom for the ISB members' questions and feedback on those topics we presented or other items we didn't mention anything in our presentation.
Thank you. Any observations or comments you'd like to make on the digital reporting side or Ada?
Yes, and thank you, Rika, for clarifying this. And I appreciate the partnership suggested. Well, you may be aware that we are thinking about a project on digital reporting, and maybe this may add some impetus to take that project on into our work plan. But I appreciate that's a personal preference of mine, but I do see an opportunity for collaboration here. Thank you.
Billy?
Yes, Tom, and maybe let me then start also with the last one about digital reporting. I think that's what Ada has been alluding to. So maybe just Rika and Jennifer, for your information, in our strategy and work plan that we approved last year, this was one of the topics that ended up as one of our reserve topics. So it didn't make the work plan outright, but we did recognize that we got feedback on it. There was a indication from stakeholders that this is something that we need to keep on our radar. And as we explained earlier in this week's meeting, if conditions in the environment change and we have to make a decision about elevating something, then that is also possible. I will be honest, I've heard more and more about this in recent times about digital reporting and also the role of assurance. So we'll keep a close eye on that. And then maybe just coming back to the climate-related project that you did, climate-related and other uncertainties, I think it is sort of important from our perspectives for two reasons. The one is since you've started that project, we've also received more and more queries about the consideration of climate-related risks in an audit of financial statements. So luckily, we have that FAQ or staff practice alert that we issued back in 2020, at the end of 2020. So we are able to point our stakeholders to that. And then the other item that's important is, I think this relates, so when Tom and I were in London in November, Rika, Jennifer, and I had a little bit of a discussion about the location of information and, where all these things fit and when they are cross-referenced and all of that. So depending on where it goes, we're obviously happy to continue to engage with you on that.
Yeah, what you're saying on the digital reporting side, one of the long-time excuses not to have it at a standard has been the global applicability of it. But it seems to me that we're getting towards a tipping point at that point, at some junction. And as we think about our future work plan, particularly on the assurance side, which we said will continue to occupy some resources, I think it behooves us as a board to think more about whether we need to prioritize it. There is, for those members of the board who aren't aware, there was significant work done by the IAASB some years back on it, which we could dust off and leverage going forward. But I do think at some point, as we start to get capacity back, this may need to move up the agenda more rapidly. And clearly, we would have to partner with the IASB, ISSB, and others as we think through this project. Any other comments or observations? Rika and Jennifer, anything you'd like to say in closing?
Before closing, about digital reporting, I would really look forward to future collaboration with you in digital area, especially about when we are engaging with our stakeholders. Many of them mentioned about assurance or the quality of digital reporting. So I think if we can continue having this dialogue, that would help also our stakeholders and then people working in the same ecosystem. So I truly appreciate Tom and Willie and all mentioned your future consideration, at least. That's really helpful. Thank you so much. And then, so thank you very much for your engagement in our presentation today. It's really important for your board and our board to continue having this collaborative dialogue and on various projects where we have some overlap. And I really look forward to your feedback on our project and catching up with you on both projects in coming year, 2025. So I wish you the success of this week's IAASB meeting and your enjoyable winter holiday. So see you in 2025.
Same to you, and thank you very much. Rika and Jennifer, for joining us again today. Okay, I think that wraps up this session. I think we'll go into lunch break now. We'll reconvene at 1:30 our time, and then we'll turn to fraud, and hopefully make some really good progress there. So thank you for the morning session. Thank you all. Bill?
Just a question, will we get time to follow up the matters we didn't discuss in the executive session?
Yes, I'm assuming, I'm assuming that we'll get that opportunity this afternoon. So that's, I'm thinking we probably don't require the whole 3.5 hours allocated for the afternoon. So we'll continue with that when we're finished with fraud. Okay? Okay. Break, we'll go. Okay, we're going to start in a couple minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's time for us to get started. Okay. So we're going to now turn to a new topic for the meeting agenda this week, fraud. Remember, we're going through some of the remaining issues that we haven't gone through yet and reviewing the updated draft in an effort to move towards completion at our March meeting. I wanted to thank Julie and the team, the task force, for all that you've done to get to this point. It's great work. And I'm going to turn it over to you to lead us through this afternoon sessions.
Great. Thank you, Tom. And you mentioned the team. So with me here today is our team, Angelo, Ida, Natalie, Jasper, and Isabel. Moved on the table. I had to go look for you. And of course, Amy's joined us as my technical advisor as part of the task force. And if we flip to the next page, you will see our task force. We had our, this is at our in-person meeting in October, where we spent 3 days working through a number of the remaining questions that were in our exposure draft that we've now brought to you for discussion today. And we had a great session going through all of that. So in my hockey analogy, because as a good Canadian, I need to have some sort of analogy, and hockey seems to be a good one. We're just completing the second period of the game. We have one more period to go, Tom, as you mentioned, which will get us to the March finish line, end of game.
Hopefully you're not the Flyers, because we keep on losing in overtime.
Well, or another team that I won't mention that struggles to win. But we're on the winning team, Tom. So maybe I'll just move to the next slide. I mentioned our October meeting, and in fact, right before we kicked off that meeting, we had some stakeholder outreach to the IFAC SMPAG. That was the second time we had met with them. So we walked through a number of the issues, in particular, things that we had already discussed at the board, and that allowed them a chance to also engage with us again on the topic. So I thought that session went quite well. And then just last week, we participated in outreach with IFIAR's Standards Coordination Working Group, where we walked through not only the pieces that we brought to you as the board in September, but we also gave them a chance, they had a chance to look at the board papers, because those were posted by then, and talk through some of the proposals we had in our December papers. Of course, we didn't make any promises as to where this board might land on any of those issues, but it was helpful to get their feedback in that session as well. And then in the same week, in fact, I think it was the next day, we also met with IOSCO's Committee 1 group on this topic and went through a very similar presentation with them and got some of their feedback. And I think it was a good session to re-engage with them on the topic. Also going through some of the things they put in their comment letter. So it gave them a chance to ask some questions. So we also have been coordinating with a number of the other groups within the board to the extent that our standard crosses over with any concepts in IASB or with the code. We continue to have that coordination. And with the going concern, audit evidence, and PI task force, there are overlaps, as we've heard already this week, with those projects. And we continue to coordinate with those projects as we work our way through. Next slide, please. So you'll recall that in September, we brought to you 4 of the questions that were in our explanatory memo, and in particular, the orange colored items on this slide. We are going to talk about some of those again today because you gave us some direction in that meeting that we've gone back and thought about. And we're also doing a full read of the standard today, so they will get touched on again. The other 8 questions would be new to this board for discussion today. But again, because we are not only covering all of the questions at this point and we have a full read, you'll have an opportunity to hear what the task force's views are on those topics. And we look forward to getting the feedback from the board. So with that, I think we go to Tom, our overarching question at the beginning, before we start the walkthrough. We wanted to have our overarching question about the board's views on how the fraud task force has summarized the respondents' feedback, and if there are other significant issues raised that we should also be considering.
Our famous due process question. Anyone disagree or think that there are other issues that should be raised? Okay, let the record reflect. People are satisfied with the analysis.
Great. So with that, then we're going to start walking through the standard. You'll see in one of the appendices to the issues paper, we laid out how we plan to do this. We are going to walk through the standard in order. We thought that was probably the most logical way to cover it. And so we've had to sort of give you a reconciliation as to where some of those issues are covered in the issues paper, but that's how we're planning to run this session. There were a few questions in the issues paper that didn't necessarily correlate to a paragraph in the standard, and so our intention is to cover those at the end of the walkthrough. So we'll come back to some of those. I think there's 4 of them at the very end. So in totality, we will cover everything that was in the issues paper as part of this process. So I'm going to then kick off with some of the opening paragraphs in the standard. So if we could have the next slide. We're intending here to take the papers as read, so not a whole lot of description about what was in the issues paper. You would have seen the task force's views and recommendations, as well as the paper that we'd put together around any significant deliberations or changes that we've made. So we'll take those that you've read those and you've come with your comments and questions. So to kick that off then, this section would be looking for feedback on the introductory paragraphs. So 1 through 15, A1 through A17, and this covers the scope, the responsibilities of the auditor, management, and those charged with governance, key concepts in this ISA, and relationships with other ISAs. And there's not a lot of change in these paragraphs from what you would have seen in September. Probably the most significant one was in paragraph 14, where we've done some, I would say, tidying up of that paragraph where we had quite a long paragraph before, and that is the paragraph that refers to the other responsibilities the auditor would have under ISA 250. So that was probably the most significant paragraph in this section. So Tom, I'll turn it over to you to get feedback.
Any comments on these paragraphs up to 15 and related application material? Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to Julie and the team. Don't have a lot of comments today. I did want to raise a question, paragraph A16A. I know it's grayed out, but now that we've simplified the earlier material on compliance with laws and regulation, and sort of reading A16A again, just wondered if you really need to keep it here, because it seems a lot of detail and it doesn't seem to have a lot to do with fraud at this point. So just wondered whether it's redundant. Thanks.
Anyone else on these paragraphs? Robert?
On 12, requirement 12, I don't really recall where we took out last time this genuineness sentence, authenticity sentence. But my request or my issue would be whether we can at least input reference to paragraph 24 of ISA 200, which clarifies that an auditor may accept records or documents as genuine unless blah blah blah. This probably, or from my perspective, would help to have this reference in here. With respect to 14, I don't know whether it's a similar comment Eric did, but you referred to the application material, I think. The first sentence of paragraph 14, from my perspective, is not aligned with the definition of fraud, which is paragraph 18, which states that fraud involves obtaining unjust or illegal advantage in paragraph 18. And this implies that unjust advantage is not illegal advantage, as unjust advantage is a matter in which a court may impose or redress a compensation or anything like this. So I would like to that you look it over again. And then given my comment on the first sentence of paragraph 14, not all fraud potentially represents non-compliance with law and regulations. So I think that there could or should be some changes again, and we can provide some offline comments about potential changes to be made. Thank you.
Anyone else? Bill?
Just back to what Robert Robert's first comment about that para A24 and 200. I'm a bit confused whether there will be a consequential amendment taking it out.
We're going to deal with the issue of it. This is I don't want to deal with it here. It's actually a pretty big issue that we have to deal with as a board, with significant public interest ramifications if we do things or not. So let's deal with authenticity separately of documents. But I'll let the team respond to everything else. If you have anything else to raise, okay. Yeah, we didn't expect it to come up here, but we expected to have to discuss it as part of this discussion today. Julie?
Thank you. I was going to say something similar, so thank you for that. The grayed out paragraphs, just for clarity, we're doing a full read of the standard, so any paragraph is we're looking for comments on any paragraph, just for clarity. And the sentence about all fraud being no CLAR, that sentence has been there for some time. In fact, we put that out as a statement of fact in our exposure draft. So we can definitely look at it, but my thought would be we looked at it, we were comfortable with it in the exposure draft, and I would like to know if that's the direction of the board, Tom, that we reopen that conversation, because that has been there for some time.
I agree. I think if we take it out, there has now, with it being an exposure draft phase, after the exposure draft phase, unless comments have really driven us to take it out, we have to do some soul searching why we would do that. Anyone want to take it out? I think we're okay.
The sentence, Wendy, at the beginning of paragraph 14, that says for the purposes of this and other relevant ISSB, fraud constitutes an instance of non-compliance with laws and regulations. No.
Right. I think, remember, this is post-exposure unless the comment letters really drive us to remove the proposal, then we need to be careful about what we remove. Wendy?
I think the question, Robert, that I have is, do you think it's clear of what is required in 240 versus 250? And is it maybe something that we need to take back as a task force and look at the application material? Because I'm not really clear on what the issue is.
The second sentence implies that both ISA 240 and 50 need to be applied for instances of identified or suspected fraud. Yeah. And the question is whether this eliminates the split between these two, 240 and 250, in which fraud is covered by 240 and non-fraudulent, non-compliance with law and regulations is covered by 250. And it would also apply that auditors would need to imply that auditors need to apply both standards at the same time for all instances of fraud.
That is the intention of the wording there, Robert. That is the intention. Now, we know that once you've dealt with the fraud or suspected fraud in 240 and you've dealt with the requirements there, and you then go to 250, there will be some steps that 250 would require you to do that you may have already covered in your work effort in 240. We recognize that, but it is both standards that would apply in that instance.
Okay. People are nodding. Julie, I don't know, other comments you want to address or the team want to address?
I noted Eric's comment. We can take that back. We have slimmed down that requirement paragraph, so maybe that's another fresh look at that paragraph is needed. But I think we covered most of the comments, Tom.
Okay, thank you. I think we could proceed.
Getting my notes here. Next slide. So next paragraph is paragraph 16. So this is the effective date paragraph, and we typically wouldn't be bringing you this paragraph at this stage in the project, but based on the fact that this effective date was intended to align with two other projects, we're bringing it now because it seemed like a good time to have this discussion, and we sort of, as a task force and a board, I believe, have given us direction that this is the appropriate effective date, if I can say it that way. So that's why we're bringing this here, and we'd be open to any comments on what we proposed in the drafting.
I think it's the decision on this one's been implicit previously since we talked about the going concern effective date, and we've all agreed that they need to be aligned. So people agree with the proposal, right? Okay. Next.
Good to hear. And then next would be paragraphs 17 and 18. So we're into the objectives and definitions and the associated application material paragraphs A18 to 23A.
Christelle.
It's about application material A21A. The second and third examples currently describe unauthorized access to the entity's IT environment. I recommend changing the second example as it is too similar to the third, and instead suggest adding an example related to collusion to manipulate or create fake transactions, which involves third parties known to the entity. Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, thanks, Julian. Thanks to all the team. I had a point on the same bullet actually that Isabel raised, which is why I put my card up, because I thought the example was helpful. That second bullet, I thought it was an example of real life real life issues. But I did wonder whether there was it would be helpful to put some kind of qualifier in, a significant or major or whatever, when we're talking about the extent to which something could damage a business's credibility. And then I had some comments on the introduction to A22, which I may send offline because it links with the definition of inherent risk factors in the glossary, and I've got a feeling we may come back to inherent risk at some point anyway. So I'll send that through separately, and perhaps you can take a look.
Sue, can I just confirm your first comment? Which bullet in A21A?
The second one.
Okay. Check in to see anyone else want to come in here. Okay, back to the team.
Thank you. And Christelle, to the extent that you have any suggested example that you'd like to pass along, please do, because this has probably been the bullet in A21A that's probably been the one we've had the most discussion about, because you're in that category around entities unknown to, parties unknown to the entity. So if you have an example, that would be great if you could pass it along. Thank you. And I think with that, I'm passing it on to Angelo for the next section.
Yes, thank you, Julie. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time just setting this up a little bit, just because it's professional skepticism. We got a lot of feedback here, but it'll be quick. So the task force reordered some paragraphs, as you know. If you look to it just to improve the flow and the clarity of those of how those paragraphs fit together. Paragraph 21 was expanded. You'll remember that auditors remain alert to indications of fraud. We've added that they remain alert also to fraud risk factors based on feedback that we got from stakeholders, and the fraud task force thought that was a good idea, because we have in another paragraph, it says something around fraud risk factors are typically accompanying an instance of fraud. So it's good to look out for unidentified fraud risk factors. And there was a relocation of a paragraph from the risk assessment section up. It's inconsistent responses to inquiries of management, for management, those charged with governance, and others within the entity. And the idea there was that inconsistent responses could be had at any point during the audit, so not just risk assessment. Here is where I want to spend a little bit of time, authenticity. So obviously we got a couple of comments already on that, and maybe I'll set it up and we'll have this discussion today. So briefly, the feedback has been quite polarized on this issue. So we got two camps. We got one camp thinking the board went too far with the revisions that were proposed on authenticity, and the other camp thinking the board didn't go far enough. This is probably all very, very familiar to a board like this, because you do get comments like that in the two camps. This is the important point. The fraud task force believes that the board struck the right balance in terms of dealing with this matter. And I'm going to tell you a little bit so you'll remember in ED 240, what the board did is it took out this sentence out of the authenticity requirement, which was paragraph 20 in ED, and it's 21A in your current version. It said, unless the auditor has reason to believe the contrary, the auditor may accept records and documents as genuine. Now, the board thought that was unnecessary within the context of the fraud standard. Why? Because that requirement is triggered when there is a condition that gets identified. So why talk about fair weather conditions when that's not what applies it to that conditional requirement? So that was quite, that was something that the board did to emphasize professional skepticism. The application material was also strengthened quite a bit to deal with this. You'll remember a list of conditions was entered into the requirements, and there were other application material as well. Now here's the crux of the issue. There was some regulators in the monitoring group that wanted the board to go further, and what they've said is you need to also reopen ISO 200. and you need to make a consequential amendment to A24. That's been brought up now by several board members, by 2 board members. And so you'll remember A24, just really, really quickly, you'll remember that is the whole sunrise to sunset work effort that an auditor does on authenticity. So you start off with this assumption that you start out with this statement that says you can accept documents as genuine. However, auditors are required to, and I should not be trying to fly this on memory because I'll only fail. What the fraud task force is doing now, it acknowledges that there is this feedback, but the fraud task force believes that the board has done what it needed to do in this standard. It's strengthened the standard considerably. What the fraud task force is proposing, however, is that because ISA 500 deals with the broader reliability issue on audit evidence, including authenticity of information, including documents and records, that they're the best positioned to think about if something like that were to be necessary, a consequential amendment to ISA 200. So that's what you're going to see when you see in the question, you're going to see a reference to the paragraphs 26 and 27. That's what that is. It's a recommendation that this issue be dealt with by that project team only because they're better positioned to deal with that issue. And with that, I think this is probably a good time to open it up. And Tom, the first question is the broader question about professional skepticism, and the second question deals with the authenticity piece specifically and with that recommendation by the task force.
Billy?
I just want to add one nuance to what Angelo said, and that is because I agree with Angelo, we've recommended that the Audit Evidence and Risk Response Task Force is in a better position to deal with the situation. Remember, we're not saying it will be a consequential amendment. Maybe it isn't a consequential amendment. Maybe considering that is more than a consequential amendment and cannot be done as a consequential amendment. But regardless of the decision that has to be made around that, the proposed ISA 240 as a standard, which is on the table at the moment, is doing what it is supposed to do. It cannot address this issue. The next project that can have a look at that and where we land, we need to figure out where we land, but that's where the Audit Evidence and Risk Response work stream comes in.
And really, it's one of the consequences of what you're saying, since we've been very focused on due process and what we've exposed, is that if we go effectively beyond a consequential amendment, doesn't that risk a requirement to re-expose?
Well, if we go ahead and we do the amendment through the Audit Evidence and Risk Response project, we could include it in the ED there. But I think the first decision the board needs to make is the nature of it such that it is a consequential amendment. And then we expose it, it's fine, and then we'll get the comments back. But if the board decides that it's not by its nature a consequential amendment, then we need to deal with it in a different way. Then it needs to be a narrow scope look at that particular construct.
I think we're talking about the context of this project. And that's what I was asking, because we've been very focused on due process this week, that if you do something that is not a consequential amendment on a standard that's already been exposed, effectively we're going outside the scope of the project, and it risks re-exposure.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Just trying to get the due process right. So that's a risk of going beyond what the task force has recommended here. Okay, just for clarity, like we should do what we think's right, but that is an element. It seems to be out of scope. Okay, so could we get some comments on question 2 of the issues paper, on the general one question, and then the more specific one as it relates to genuineness?
Thank you, Tom. I have a question really about paragraph 21B under interaction with paragraph A28A, because reading 21B, the condition to further investigation by the auditor seems to be that the document modified is not disclosed to the auditor, but if I read the paragraph A28A, the condition that not disclosing to the auditor is not present. I don't know if this is just a difference or we try to say different things.
Okay. Philippe, I saw your card come up.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Just a comment about in the application material, and it's I think something which is linked with the old issue of presumption of authenticity. It's the A26, which means that it's probably a question of formulation, you know, but the fact of being in a context of professional skepticism, of vigilance, attention, and so on, with sensitivity, you know, is not very consistent in terms of presentation with the fact that the auditor is not required to perform procedures that are designed in a context of, you know, possible fraud. And so it gives the impression that first the auditor could lose some interest, you know, in identifying conditions that indicate, and to some extent it's contradictory with A28, which says that when conditions are identified, that cause the auditor to believe. So you just wonder, reading that, making the connection between the two application clauses, that when conditions are identified, is it by chance? Where does it come from? Because there was no, you know, specific attention or research to identify the conditions. So we are not very comfortable with the way, even if we can notice improvements compared to previous versions for sure, but this articulation and the way it's presented is not really satisfactory for a PIOB perspective. Thank you.
Tom, I think what the board needs to consider based on Philippe's comment, and that is if we look at A26, the first sentence is simply meant to be a factual statement. So the auditor is not required to perform procedures that are specifically designed to identify conditions that indicate that the record or document may not be authentic. That's simply meant to say, when you plan and perform your audit, you are not required to go there, sit there and say, right, these are the procedures I designed to look at whether a document is authentic. We are, however, saying that if conditions come to your attention during the audit, and you raised the question about how, now that can come to your attention when you evaluate the relevance and the reliability of your information to be used as audit evidence. That's the 500 part of it. It can come to your attention during the performance of any procedures during the whole course of the audit on any item, doesn't matter, any design or performing of procedures, and it can also come to your attention otherwise from internal or external sources. So that is what that sentence is meant to say. So is it a factual, is it factually correct or is it not correct?
Yeah.
I fully understand that, Willie. But the question is the readability of, you know, as a self-explanatory document by, I would say, a public reader. because what you refer to is something which is obvious for specialists and experts in audit and so on. But when you are not, and you don't make this connection, it seems to be, amazing, because being negative, and it's, in my view, it's just a question of presentation. In a context of a document dealing with fraud aspects, when you make an assertion saying that you don't have to perform job, I think it has to be counterbalanced by something which is about vigilance or skepticism. It's probably a question of presentation, but this gives the feeling that you can lose interest to something which is key, because authenticity is key. It's linked to authority of a document, information, and so on. So I think it's mainly a question of presentation, of never losing the link with vigilance and professional skepticism in any sentence.
Julie?
Yeah, and that's a fair point, Philippe. So I'm wondering, I think what I'm hearing from you is that the factual statement is that a factual statement, but maybe the ordering or the way we've got it ordered starts with what the auditor doesn't have to do, as opposed to what the auditor would be doing, and it might just be a flipping in of the order to accommodate that. But if that's what I'm hearing, then we can take that back at the task force.
Okay.
I should mention, and this might help a little bit, the way where it starts here, and it's important. I think jumping to A26 is probably not the right place to start. A25E is probably the right place to start, and it says the ISO 500 requires the auditor to consider the reliability of information intended to be used as audit evidence. That implies also authenticity within the context of the 500 requirements. So I would agree, if A26 is where you start, you might say, whoa. And in fact, it's a change that that the task force made deliberately to put the 500 paragraph ahead of this one. I just wanted to call that out. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that context, but we'll see, just like we've put positive statements ahead of negative statements in other elements of the standard, we could look into that. Josephine?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Julie, our telepathy is working incredibly well. I think it would actually flow a lot better, and it's more consistent with the way that we deal with it in other standards if we flip that. We talk about authenticity in 25. We then talk about when you identify a condition, but we do need that reminder, that factual reminder that Vili has just mentioned, but you're not required to do it in all cases. We'd never finish the audit if that was the case. So I think that would work really well. I just wanted to lend my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sachika?
Thank you. I also support the direction, and I also would like to touch the question itself. Question A, I agree. And question B, I also agree, because I think we need to carefully balance the consideration from 240 perspective as well as 500 perspectives, because I think the revision currently considered in 500 is about strengthening the work effort for by the auditor related to evaluating reliability of information from general perspective, as I think Angela suggested, and which is not necessary from the fraud risk specifically perspective. And on the other hand, I think the intention of the removal of the leading sentence of extant paragraph in the 240 was that it was not to increase the work effort in searching something, but it was to just avoid potential negative impact on the exercise of professional skepticism when you find something. And I understand the leading sentence 200, paragraph 824 was not be removed because simply removing that may have unintended consequences to increase the work effort extensively, so that the auditor's responsibility become similar to those responsibility for other forensic experts. So I think this matter should be addressed carefully by addressing audit and risk response project later in balanced manner by considering the related matter all together. Therefore, I support the task force's direction very much. Thank you.
Okay, Bill?
Is now the right time to mention 200?
This is
So
the
we go
context.
without-
That was a little bit of what my remark was about too earlier.
Okay, so without arguing for or against or going over the comments that came back from the monitoring group or whatever, I'm just confused. Have the task force agreed that the sentence in 200 should come out or stay?
What we've landed on, Bill, is that and we didn't propose a change in the exposure draft to 200. Right. So we would still be in that position. Yep. But that collectively, like sort of more holistically, the new group that's going to look at audit evidence and risk response will deal with the authenticity kind of holistically, because it touches 500 and it also could be something to consider in 200.
That's right.
But in 240, which is the fraud, we're not proposing a change to 200.
I get that, and that's how Tom explained it. I wanted to be clear in my head. Tomorrow, 200, the sentence still is sitting there. Right.
Robert?
I agree with your views and recommendations. I do have one hopefully small issue with wording, and I hope I don't scrutinize what I just said with 1A. If I look at 21B, which I think you only changed the place, it says in the last half sentence, the auditor shall investigate. So what does investigate imply? For me, I'm always who investigation, forensic audit procedures, question mark. Could we change this? This would be a demand. As I look at in A28 or 28A, 28A, you address performance of additional procedure, completely different wording. So maybe you can work on this or discuss this matter. Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. So I'm supportive of the way forward that you've proposed, but I think like Sachiko, I sort of proceed with caution. And some of that is reflecting on the experience we went through with 500, because we did expose, we got feedback on that, as you know, and we didn't at the time propose amendments to 200 for exactly the reason you've just explained. And so I think, you know, given the experience we've had on process, I would really encourage that discussion is had very early, so that there's clarity, even if it's in the other project, as to what's in scope, because it would be disappointing, having gone all the way through the discussion as to whether it stays or goes, to then find that it was not possible to do that. We did also, during 500, we recognised that 240 was going out for exposure, and we coordinated on that, and it was another opportunity to get feedback on the whole piece on authenticity. So I kind of feel like you've got a lot of input already to work on in the risk response project. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. But as I say, it feels like there is we're all maybe just sort of dodging something as to the 200 questions. So if that's included in the project proposal or what have you, that would avoid problems in the future.
Right. I think my big concern here is being very clear what the scope of this project of 240 as we try to reach completion in March. In my mind, it's the clarity that anything to 200 would have pervasive effects well beyond this project and risks unintended consequences and re-exposure. Kai?
Thank you. Coming in also to say I support the direction of the task force, and I think for this project, it's supporting that this is not the place to do the 200 amendments, but that it's looked at in the other project.
Eric?
I'm in the same place.
Oh dear.
We can adjourn.
Yeah.
Doing what it is supposed to do. And that's why we are where we are now. I do think it's important that this is not kicking the can down the road. This is we understand this is an issue that needs to be addressed. In actual fact, with our regular catch-up with the PCOB the other day, we also specifically discussed it with them. So it's not that we're losing sight of this topic. But it does beg the question that if, as Angelo explained, also looking at that application material, where this comes up is when you evaluate the relevance and reliability of information intended to be used as audit evidence. Yes, it could also come up when you perform other procedures or from sources internal or external to the entity, but that's a very critical component of it. And that's why it makes sense to say, well, look at that again when you come up with the framework for evaluating the relevance and reliability of audit evidence, look at it in 500. The only thing it can be in there's one of two ways to look at it. If the project scope on the audit evidence and risk response is as it is in the draft project proposal that we saw yesterday or the day before, the only thing it can be is a consequential amendment. If it's not a consequential amendment, then 500 can't do it. The only other thing is we can extend the scope of that project to include this. That is a decision we have to make. And those are the options that are on the table. If we want to be clear about it in the context of the current scope of the audit evidence and risk response project, looking at 500, 500, 520, and 330 with possible consequential amendments to other standards, we can highlight that point. But I think that's where Jasper said consequential amendments, it will flow out of the relevance and reliability of audit evidence, the framework of attributes. That is where it belongs. So that's the decision that we need to make.
Right. But it's not a decision that we're making in part of this discussion. It's considerations as we come back tomorrow on the project proposal, though to some extent we may have to think about it between now and the project proposal. I want to get through 240 first, though. Otherwise, we'll have a whole discussion about 500 and 330. And I'm not sure that's the purpose of this discussion. So I think we've set it up for that. It's not kicking the can around the road, but for the purposes of 240, people are satisfied with the approach the task force has taken, with the recognition now we have this holding issue for 500 and 330. Is that fair to say? Okay, back to the team on this one.
I should also say Robert did raise a question. It kind of got lost in around the investigate further. Robert, all I'll say on that is that we'll definitely look at it again. What I will say is that that's coming from extant. Let's be clear. That's from extant, the extant language in the standard. And the audit committee kind of knows what that means, investigate further, but nevertheless, your point is noted, and we'll look at that again. Thank you. So Tom, I believe we're done with this slide. I think we move on, if that's okay. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, this one really quickly, not a lot of lead in here. These paragraphs have been looked at to some extent. Paragraphs requirements 22 to 25, A33 to A43 application material dealing with engagement resources, engagement performance, and ongoing nature of communication with management and those charged with governance. The one thing I'll say really quickly is that paragraphs 23 and 24 got merged, as you saw in your agenda papers, to streamline that requirement and to remove some of the duplication to the foundational standard on which it was based. And with that, we'll open it up. Thanks, Tom.
First of all, Michelle, could you get the video off Spotlight? Because I need to see whether Warren and Josephine have their hands up, but they're no longer on screen. Okay, we're going to go to paragraphs 22 to 25 and related application material. Anyone want to comment on this? Adam.
So I recognize, I think what I believe the fraud task force were up to, but I'm just wondering, by calling it fraud reporting program, it sounds a little bit too formal, and I think the scope is broader. Or you want to understand, because it's coming from a sorry.
Yeah.
22 to 25? 22 to 25?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. No. Oh, we're not done. So
it's probably just a small point on A36, which is talking about bringing in people with expertise in IT. There's a phrase just at the very end which references complex accounting estimates, and I wasn't sure whether IT people would be the right people to be dealing with looking at complex accounting estimates, or if there was an IT element that we should be bringing out. So perhaps you could just take a look at the drafting there. Thanks.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, maybe just a small one. 25, communication with management is here. The question is why we have another chapter later on, 66, I believe, and following, where we also deal with communication with management. Why bring this together?
So you're not done with this section, Etta. Come on, go ahead. Hey, all right. Would you like to come in? No, you take. Okay.
I can pick those up really quickly. So, Sue, thank you very much. We'll have a look at that, definitely, on that application material. And on the point around whether it's duplicative, we don't think it's duplicate. I don't think it's duplicate. I'll tell you why. I should only speak for myself. We'll let the chair speak for. One's dealing the 67 requirement, and those requirements in that are dealing with fraud or suspected fraud. So when you have fraud or suspected fraud, those are the related communications requirement. This is a general communication requirement.
I will add to that, Robert, that one of the reasons why it's here in paragraph 25, as opposed to combined down later on with the others, was because it was a key point that we wanted to bring out, that this communication doesn't happen once, sort of near the end of the audit. And I know that's applying, you read this in a linear way, but the intention was that we wanted to highlight the ongoing nature and that it happens throughout the audit. And so having this here in the sort of, if you think about it in a linear way, that would help drive the point home that you're not communicating, you know, at the end and only at the end.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Okay, next section.
This one's to Isabel.
Yeah. Okay, so this section 26 to 31 is actually a risk assessment, and we have discussed it in September. So I'm not going to say much about it. There was a little bit of change in the application material that we added. We revised some example in the analytical procedures following the board discussion in September. But other than that, there's not much to point out. So I'm just going to open it up. Oh, Angelo, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, and just this is on third-party fraud. You see a specific question there. Really quickly on this one, you'll recall this is our second kick at this can on third-party fraud. It's one of those issues we brought in September. And you'll remember the feedback, we got quite a bit of feedback on this. One was about what are the third parties that are involved? And you know, some board members have already asked questions around A21 and A21A. And generally, I think the board was happy with with that introduction of additional texture in terms of what those parties are. And then the question that kind of remained open and the board asked us to look at further is what is the related work effort in terms of third-party fraud? Fraud Task Force spent quite a bit of time talking about what is that work effort. And the Fraud Task Force believes that generally the standard is clear enough. However, the one thing that the Fraud Task Force thought was important to kind of clarify is that the auditor should always be looking to what is management doing to identify, assess, and respond to third-party fraud risks. That's a key component for the auditor. And within that context, there was an application material that was added to kind of draw out that emphasis. Julie likes to say, and Julie, I'm going to paraphrase you, that once you identify a risk related to third-party fraud, then the auditor knows what to do with it in the responses and also carrying it through if there's third-party fraud in the fraud or suspected fraud requirements. It's really in the risk assessment where you're looking to management. And with that, I think we open it up.
Thank you, Angelo, and thank you, Isabel. Paragraphs 26 to 31, application material, 26 to 31. The requirements didn't change much. We have some revisions in the application material. Sachika.
Thank you. I have a small comment on A52 big A. I think the clarification is needed because the relationship between the first sentence and the following examples is not clear to me, because the first sentence seems to explain that engagement team may consider other way of management override of control that do not involve the use of journal entries and other adjustment, significant estimate or transaction outside of the normal course of business. And the example of those cases are provided in the following box. But I think the second example would say modifying the timing of legitimate transaction to manipulate the financial records could be categorized as a significant transaction outside the normal course of business. So maybe I think some reconsideration of the first sentence is necessary. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. Just the one comment on the application material. Appreciate the effort made to revise the examples in A54. Our only comment is with respect to the now first example, where it doesn't really seem to be consistent with the other examples in how it explains the what the fraud risks might be. It says there's an inconsistent relationship, but then it doesn't sort of go that one step further and sort of explain what that might be. So it could talk about, you know, whether that raises questions about the accuracy or cutoff or something of that nature, we just close the example. Thanks.
Thank you. Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. My point is regarding the application material, paragraph A54. I believe that we should align the words used in the subtitle with the expression used in the content of the paragraph, because in the subtitle we refer really to unusual or unexpected relationship, and in the content we talk about inconsistent, and I believe that could create any misinterpretation of the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. And you asked the question about third-party fraud, and I was going to respond on that. I certainly feel like it's kind of coming in the right direction. My comment is on 29A little 2 and primarily C, but it links into A as well there. But it's I mean, that's where we're looking at fraud risk factors and pressures on people and how the assets could be misappropriated. And I think in those areas, we've got quite a broad statement about misappropriation by third parties. And I just wonder whether that's somewhere where we could explain a little bit more what we might mean by that. I don't think there's very much in the application material about what those third parties might be. And when I was looking back at it, in A, it talks about employee fraud. And normally when we're talking about employees, it is referencing those that have got, I've got it written down, it's influence over internal control or significant roles in internal control. And so the question really was that they're very broad things. Do we mean all, or do we mean something that is most likely to have a financial statement effect? Thanks.
Robert, is that a straight card? Yeah, I didn't know. That was from previous. Okay.
I just want to make one comment and before Isabel jumps in. And Eric, you had maybe a suggestion on the example. And if anyone else, we didn't ask for offline comments prior, but if anyone has comments to provide the task force, we'd be happy to take them. So I just thought this might be a chance because Eric, you had read out some wording there. And if you were able to provide that, would be helpful. Thank you.
I was kind of going to say the same thing. Yeah, so I've written the notes, all the points, and then I think we can take it back. I think there seem to be some good suggestions, so we'll definitely discuss it.
Good. It looks like we're making some progress on that section. Should we go to the next section?
Yeah. So the next section is also in risk assessment. And this is where we introduced the concept of fraud reporting program. That's the main change actually in paragraph 33 through 39. The reason why we changed the word from whistleblower program to fraud reporting program is when we were discussing as a task force, we were worried that if we call it whistleblower program and you get to an entity that don't call it the same thing, then it might be dismissed by the auditor. Then we're missing a core requirement, an important requirement. So that's why we introduce a new term, and then we explain it in application material to say what it is and what it might look like in a more formal way and then in an informal situation as well. So that's the only change that I really wanted to point out now. So we can open it for comments.
Ada?
Thank you. I actually had a comment before that, but I think I was thrown by the 34 in the application material. So on 33, and we discussed last time that we weren't all that convinced or we had struggled with shall obtain an understanding, and then you go into some of the specific elements. And you've tried to clear it up a little bit by referring to aspects, but I think first you do your understanding in accordance with 3:15, and you remain alert for elements that could raise to a level of a fraud risk factor. And here we immediately go to you need to have an understanding of those specific aspects. So I don't think this is entirely in the spirit of 315. So I would recommend you have another look at this. Thank you, by the way, for the other half of it that you did clean up. So, and then in respect of fraud reporting program. And so I understand where you're going with it. And I was wondering whether this just sounds a little bit too formal, because you want a broad range of information. So whether it's complaints, programs, or other means that the entity has, I'm afraid that people are going to look for something formal that is there. But even a complaints line or may now be thrown off by using the word of a fraud reporting program, which is something that's, well, none of my clients have used that term. They do have whistleblower and other type of programs. So maybe a description of the would be better rather than a terminology that would indicate something like that.
Kai?
Same point as Edo. I feel like I understand the intention of what you're doing in removing the whistleblower program, but similar to Edo, it feels now more formal and may have unintended consequences going in further. And I think in many jurisdictions you have whistleblower programs that are cover more, so it's probably maybe safer even to stay at that.
You know, on this point, I actually think by becoming generic, we risk a little bit something. I would regret taking out whistleblower as include, like, people know what a whistleblower program is. I think it should be whether it's e.g. whistleblower, including whistleblower. And I think removal of the concept here may raise more issues, but you could do, you could say something along the lines of what you're saying, both informal and formal, including whistleblower programs. But I think most people know what a whistleblower program is and would expect to see it in a requirement in some sort. And that was my big reaction. So, like, I don't mind the direction here, but I think I would regret the removal of the word whistleblower program, because in most instances, it is the primary source. Bill? Oh. You get a gold star then, Bill. Not just because you agreed with me, but it certainly helps my ego. Christelle.
Thank you. It's also on this question of whistleblower program and application material 69A and 69B. In fact, I'm supportive of a replacement of whistleblower program by fraud reporting program, as it is aligned with the terminology used by the COSO in its fraud risk management guide. And the additional application materials are also very useful. I would recommend adding in A69A and A69B that these programs are often not only designed to identify fraud, but can be broader and include other types of misconduct not related to financial reporting. This is important to mention, as not all complaints received through these channels should be considered as suspected fraud as per ISA 2040. Thank you.
Sue?
So I won't pile on about whistleblowers, but I also appreciate having the term there. I think it's well used. Just a couple of comments on other areas. In 34D, where we're talking about the inquiries of those charged with governance, I just wonder whether you could look at the consistency with what we're asking management about, because I think in a couple of places it looked like we might be asking more of those charged with governance than we are in management. And I will send some offline comments, Julie. And in 36B1, I don't think we've got internal audit in there, and I think that would be something you could add inquiries of as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Isabel?
I was just going to say, I think we're going to have to go back to the whistleblower program, or not going back to the term, but go back as a discussion and determine where. Oh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so I have had experience where a company doesn't, or entity doesn't call their program a whistleblower program. So the idea was to not exclude anyone from this conditional requirement because we felt very strongly that this was a good add to the standard. So we can go back and look at it and include it again, but I wouldn't want to lose the concept that a company or an entity or non-for-profit or some other public sector entity may not call it that, and that we want to ensure that there's no implied, that they skip over this in conditional requirement because they don't have such a program. They don't go and ask that specific question and management says, no, we don't have one of those. So we want to make sure we're at least describing it appropriately so that the conditional requirement applies when it should.
I think the sense of the board, as I want to summarize here, was that in general, we were comfortable with the direction you were going, formal and informal mechanisms for reporting that would be inclusive, not losing the terminology of whistleblowing somewhere. I thought that, I think people are aligned with what you're saying, and that it's probably just the drafting thing for the task force to consider. Edo and Bill?
Indeed. So I think we're aligned on intent, but we need to be as broad as possible, because whether they call it an ethics hotline or a complaints program, or all of that needs to be part of it.
Right. It's just whistleblowing's relatively commonly understood, so not to lose that.
Slightly more nuance is that it's not just a fraud reporting program. Whistleblower and ethics hotlines and all the others are the whole spectrum of inappropriate something. And so the term, it can't be fraud reporting program anyway. It's got to be something else.
Yes. Okay. That goes to the intent. But we have a lot of skilled drafters on this task force. I think they could take the intent of the board's comments and come back to us with a refined suggestion. Isabel?
Yeah. Okay. So next section is paragraph 39A to 42. So which is the risk of material misstatements due to fraud. So really that identification of those risks. We had some discussion in the September meeting about those paragraphs. We had presented some updated drafting in September. We had that discussion, and then based on that, the fraud task force reflected on it and concluded that we might have overcomplicated the matter by adding more to those paragraphs. So we were suggesting to go back to, or almost going back to ED. We just add one slight change in paragraph 40. So that's the main change here on this section, and we are obviously interested in people's view on those paragraphs.
Okay. 39A to 42. Sachika.
Thank you. I have a small comment on paragraph 40. I support the task force's proposal to treat wrong due to fraud related to management override of control as an assertion level risk. And I think relating to this proposal, I think we need to make a conforming amendment to 315, paragraph A195, because the second sentence of this paragraph seems to explain that risk of management override of control as an example of wrong at the financial statement level. So maybe we need to remove the example in that sentence, but maybe task force can take a look at that. when finalizing conforming amendment. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Repeat the 315 paragraph again.
Yeah, it's paragraph A195.
Except for Josephine, I don't recall a 195 off the top of my head. Josephine, can you recite it to us, please?
It's a very, very long paragraph. I'm not reading that all out. I'll be here all day.
Yeah. Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom. Just a minor comment, and it's on paragraph A103E, where we've got a couple of examples there, and there's two bullets, and each bullet has a sort of one-liner first sentence, sort of, which is the thing that the auditors expected or may consider, and then there's an example that follows explaining that. And we just found they were kind of the examples were kind of disconnected from the one-liner, and it might confuse people what the intent of the examples were. So our suggestion would be just to delete the first line that and just leave the examples to explain what their purpose is. Thanks.
Christelle?
It's on paragraph 40 and 42. In the context of aligning with ISA 315 air standard, the proposed change clarifies in paragraph 40 that only an assertion level risk may be considered as significant risk, as Josephine explained in September in response to a comment I made on this matter. If we examine paragraph 42 of ISA 240 revised, derived from the existing paragraph 32, I can see that it specifies that the risk of management override of controls constitutes a significant risk. This implies that the risk of management override of controls is an assertion level risk. However, I believe that considering the risk of management override of controls as an assertion level risk may present some practical challenges that the standards does not fully address. These challenges include defining which specific assertion the risk will be linked to and how the assertion level risk aligns with the prescribed procedures. So I think that reverting to the exposure draft version of paragraph 40 and deleting application material A123A would be an option to consider. Thank you.
Okay. Sue?
So I think Isabel's got my notes because I think it's almost, Christelle, sorry, has got my notes, and it's almost exactly the same comments. So it's the piece around paragraphs 40, 42, and the preference to revert back to the previous wording. I found this area quite confusing to try and think through, and when I was doing the outreach, there was a sort of recognition that maybe sort of intellectually what was explained in the issues paper works through, but when you come to try and think about what you would actually do, for particularly when you're talking about fraud at the financial statement level, how that then trickles down into the work effort was quite confusing. So I think, I say the suggestion would be to revert back to the previous. Thanks.
Okay. Ada?
Yes, thank you. And I'm with Sue and Christelle on this. I think we've now created, and this is the biggest issue that I have with the draft in front of us. We've ruled out that a financial statement level risk can be deemed significant, and I appreciate that 315 has an avenue there, but it also tells you that if a standard determines something to be a significant risk, then that's it. So my suggestion would be that 240 addresses the financial statement level risks that arise as a result of fraud as significant, and that solves the problem. I think it's entirely unintuitive to talk about management override of control not as a financial statement level risk, that we need to divvy it up in all sorts of assertion level risks. And that's not how practice works. Well, we look at management override of control and we address it at the various instances where we can. And we're just now making it too complex, theoretically maybe correct, but very difficult to operate. And also making a change where there's really no change needed in the way this operates. So I think, and yes, we need to, of course, the robustness of the response when we have management override of control, and it's and that significant risk, that of course needs to come out, and you're doing that, but by not being able to, even though 40 now it recognizes that you can have a financial statement level risk there, but it can't be significant. So there's also now a hole in the flow of these requirements as to what an auditor then needs to do. So this is where I would recommend you have a thorough look again. Thank you.
Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ado. But unfortunately, I will disagree that it's with the comment that, well, it's all very theoretical. Our foundational standards are really critical, and it's really critical that we make sure that we stick to the process by which we have set up a risk assessment and response to risk. The standard does not say at any point that management override of controls cannot be a financial statement level risk. But what it does do, and it's really important that it does this, is that it doesn't say that management override of controls is a financial statement level risk in all instances. That means that it is pervasive in all entities and all audits. And that's going way too far from my perspective in terms of what you would expect the auditor to do. If in practice, firms do look at it from both perspectives, at the assertion level, at this, as a significant risk, which is what it is, and that's set in 315, and we're not going to obviously try and override 315 in any way. And they also look at it as an overall response, or at a financial statement level, and want to have an overall response to it, then that's fine. That's a practical way that a firm wants to deal with management override of controls, and I think that's fair. My view on this in terms of the ED is that we confuse things by actually not really explaining what we meant, because obviously a financial level risk is pervasive, but it can't be a significant risk. That's very well established. And Sachiko made the point, perhaps we need a conforming amendment. It's just an example of where you might have, and I don't disagree with you, Sachiko, we could take it out if it's confusing, but it's just an example of where you might have a financial level risk where management override of controls is pervasive in that organization. And, quite frankly, that's quite serious if it's pervasive. And I do recognize that, yes, I'm sorry, we've now really highlighted the fact that significant risk is at the assertion level, and we've therefore highlighted the fact that ISO 240 and extant ISO 240 said this was a significant risk, and therefore you respond to it at the assertion level. And that was the intention way back, as I explained before. But then, that was in extant as well, and auditors should have been responding to that in extant and thinking about that. And so from that perspective, I fundamentally disagree with calling a financial statement level risk a significant risk. I'm sorry.
Julie?
Tom, can I maybe get other board members, including task force members as well, because Ado's highlighted it as a big problem for him. I'm also hearing it via offline comments. That is also a big problem. Quite inoperable is a word I would use to describe the way it's written and being interpreted. So If there are others that have views, I'd really like to hear it because the task force is going to need to tackle this one.
Yeah, I don't need to repeat the long description from Josephine, but I agree with Josephine on this one.
Any others who haven't spoken? Oh, Wendy, sorry.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Julie. I have the same view as Edo. I am on the task force. I've heard a lot of confusion in what we've done between 40 and 42 and some of the application material, and that it's just not operable in practice. It's not, in practice, it's not easy to understand what the intent is or why.
Neil?
I'm getting similar feedback to Ada and Wendy that it's difficult for the teams to understand and apply.
I guess the question I have is that a question of principle or a question of drafting in terms of operability? Like something could be inoperable because you don't agree with the point that Josephine makes, or it could be inoperable because the drafting causes confusion, right? And I think those are two fundamentally different things. Like one could be resolved with drafting, one's a point of principle. And so I've heard different things around the table. Eric, that I don't know, Greg, you may have a perspective on it too to come in afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer you, Tom, in terms of where or how this issue is cropping up, whether it's the wording or just the principle. But definitely at the Canadian board, this wording came as a bit of a surprise, and people were grappling with how it would work in practice.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I think we clearly have to be true to the principles in 315. It's just how do we articulate the fraud lens in here? And clearly we haven't quite managed that if there's still confusion. So I think rather than say, well, we're going to override or somehow write this differently to what sits in 315, I don't think we're suggesting that. So we have to, so yeah, so it's just maybe saying more or, but I think 315 is our foundation and we're building, it's the fraud lens that we're trying to apply into that. So I think what we have here is not wrong, but it's probably not sufficient to be clear. So I think it's probably adding both to the requirements and the application material to be clearer.
Thank you. Josephine?
Yeah, thank you, Greg. I mean, the thing is, what we have in 40 is just basically what we have in 315. So 315 already says this. So you can say 40A and 40B is in 315. You have to consider risks at the financial statement level and the assertion level, and you treat those at the assertion level as significant risk because you're now in the fraud standard. And that's really important. That's the piece we're trying to highlight here. And we did have a discussion at a board meeting prior as to whether you want to consider as a board, or we want to consider as a board, reframing management override of controls, which I would really struggle with, because then if we reframe it as a financial statement level risk in all cases, that's really changing the scope. And I thought as a board we agreed we didn't want to go down that path. So in some ways we're left with what we have before. We have the responses, which are those sort of assertion level type responses to management override of controls in the standard, and then you have to think about others that might crop up. And that really should be going on now under the extant standard, because the extant standard says the same thing. It says they should be treated as significant risk, so therefore at the assertion level. So that work should be ongoing now. So it's not, I don't think it's a problem with this standard, then what we're saying, what I'm hearing from the board, is that there's a problem operating even the extant standard in terms of this requirement. So it's not a small issue, but yes, I mean, we can't obviously stray from our principles. We just have to decide, do we want it to be allowed in both? Obviously, it can be in both boxes because it can be a financial statement level, or do we say it's not an assertion level and it's always financial statement level? But the problem exists today with extant is what I wanted to raise. It's not just this standard that's the problem here.
Billy?
Yeah, and I don't have the solution today. Maybe just another way to think about this, because this is clearly an item that the task force needs to take away and give further thought to, because just in terms of the mix of views that we've received, this is an item that needs to be clarified. And luckily we have another quarter for that, so that's good. But maybe, one thing we should also be looking at, we're focusing on 40 and 42, and that's right, that's where it starts. And we've now basically reverted back to what we had in ED. And, I also thought about the exact point that Josephine has now made. If it's now suddenly a problem, it should already be a problem, because that's exactly what extant standard says. However, maybe if we just refocus our attention a little bit, because when I looked at this again, we are looking at this in isolation at the risk assessment side. Should we also not bring the risk response side into it? Because we have very clear procedures in paragraph 48 that says, this is what you're going to do to address the risk of management override of controls. You also need to do more if the circumstances call for it, but this is what you're going to do in terms of journal entries, accounting estimates, transactions outside the normal course of business, etc. And that maybe the solution is, don't get stuck on, is it financial statement assertion? Because we say, if there's a risk of material misstatement due to fraud, go and determine if it exists at the financial statement level or at the assertion level. But you're going to do what you need to do in paragraph 48. And you also need to do more if you need to do more. So I think we've got all the elements. We just need to bring the puzzle together.
Sue, and then Nita.
And I thought that was a really good articulation, really, because the issue was how 40 is framed. The work effort that comes later was the feedback wasn't on that. It was more at this particular stage when you're trying to sort of identify what where the areas are that are covered. What sort of work do you do, and particularly when you're talking about management override of controls being pervasive, how do you then go and work out which assertions are affected when in fact the work effort is telling you to understand journal entries and so on and so forth? So it was how the two things really link up, I think. And there was also the sort of how you move from A to B, because A is talking about financial statement level, B is then coming down to assertion level, and actually there was a question as to whether we're potentially missing something if there are risks that we felt were more financial statement level. So it was just the linkage there. I'm not sure it's 100% drafting. I think there was a principle in there as well, but it was how it's structured here, rather than, if you look at the work effort, that seemed to be responsive to the risks that were identified. So I guess it was really kind of, how do we work out if it's a pervasive risk? What are the assertions? Is it everything? That was the kind of questions that were cropping up.
Yes, and I'd echo what Sue said. I think that's a good explanation. And the question as to whether this is a problem now, and just to illustrate how in practice this is dealt with. So in the Netherlands, there's already a requirement for the auditor to say what the auditor has done in respect of fraud risks. And when you pick up those assurance or audit reports, they will, bar a very rare exception, will start with management override of controls as a significant risk. And I can't see that anywhere else but at the financial statement level. And so there is a different understanding of how this is operationalized that we need to clarify. And I'm not at all convinced, and I think I'm sitting more at the principle level that ANT 240 has the ability to call it a significant risk.
Okay. I think the task force needs to reflect on that a little bit. I don't think you got some guidance, Julie. I think people, when Billy described his thoughts, were relatively sympathetic to
Yeah,
them.
and I completely agree with what Billy said. And that's how I've explained it over the course of this project. But I think what's coming up now are questions about and maybe so it's the linkage. How do you go from 40 and the 42 to the response? Because the response, I mean, someone asked me a very simple question the other day, said, okay, today I have one risk of management override in my audit engagement, and this is how I respond to it in accordance with the requirements in this standard. Do I now have 50? 100 risks of management override? Because if you start to think about it and you say assertion counts and assertions, you can easily get to a multitude of, and is that our intention? And I think that was a fair question and a fair read of how we've written it. And so I think that is a bit of a principles question, because that would be a big change to what we're doing. Maybe the response at the end of the day, maybe it looks the same, but I think there's a big question mark in the middle there as to how we get there. So happy that we had this conversation, because I think we'll have to hash this out a little bit at the task force as to how we come to a conclusion.
Josephine?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what Ada was saying about, I think a financial statement level risk is a significant risk. I think from my mind, a financial statement level risk is a significant thing. But and maybe that is where we're starting to get to, principles and semantics here. When you are thinking about it as a financial statement, any kind of financial statement level risk is significant, because then you've got to really throw everything at it and think about what the team looks like. You have to change all your approach to all the different procedures you had planned. So it is significant to the audit. And to the work that you're doing. And maybe that's what we're getting caught up in here. We're not talking about a significant risk as it is purely described in 315. We're just talking about it being significant. And maybe it's something about that as well that we can throw into our thoughts as we try and clear up this little tiny hiccup.
The magnitudes of the size of beholder, I guess, right? Okay, should we move on to the next section?
And now we're getting to that response to the assessed risk of material misstatements. So it's paragraph 43 to 54. That will be the first time that the board would have seen the limited revision. We didn't have a lot of comments, didn't receive a lot of feedback on those section. We got two main points. The first one is on unpredictability, incorporating an element of unpredictability in the audit procedures. There was some, the ED proposed to move out that requirement into a separate section and not under overall responses. There was some question about, what does that mean on the work effort? Then there was some respondent suggesting to keep it under the overall responses. As a task force, it was discussed, and then the move was intentional for the ED. It's meant to be there to ensure that it's in all audit, and that element of unpredictability is done by in all audit engagements. So we decided that it was the location of that requirement remain appropriate. And then the second piece that we discussed as a task force was around the completeness of journal entries. That requirement is 50B. And there was some discussion around if the word all that is included in that 50B requirement was creating some confusion. What does that mean, especially in the context of group audits? And after a lot of discussion, decided that that word may not be necessary, and then suggested to remove it. And the other thing that we've done for that requirement is just ordered the application material a little bit, just to help the flow that. So those are the two main changes in that section.
Okay. Paragraphs 43 to 54, related application material. Sachiko.
Thank you. I have a comment on paragraph 44, around unpredictability. I agree with the task force view that as a concept level, I think incorporating element of unpredictability is applicable when determining overall responses and when responding to the assessed ROM due to fraud at the assertion level. But in this regard, during my outreach, I heard several views from Japanese practitioners that change made could lead unnecessary cost without enhancing audit quality. This is because from their reading, the change seems to mean that for each identified assertion level fraud risk, the auditor is required to change audit procedures every year for the same assertion, purely for the sake of incorporating unpredictability element. And they believe it may have unintended consequences leading to changing audit procedures every year just to meet the requirement, even if the original procedures designed is sufficiently and appropriately responsive to the assessed fraud risk without incorporating the unpredictability element. And I think this comment is similar to the other respondents' comment explained in the issue paper, which asked for a clarification on whether elements of unpredictability need to be incorporated in every ROM due to fraud. And maybe I think this point has not been directly clarified in the issue paper, which I think is one of the reasons why people responded to me as I explained. But I understand that the intention of the change is that the auditor is required to incorporate an element of unpredictability in the engagement as a whole, considering identified fraud risk at both at the financial statement level and the assertion level. And the auditor is not necessarily required to change the procedures for each assertion every year. So I think we need to clarify the intention of the requirement in the application material somehow, because people seem to read this requirement very differently. That is my comment. Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you. Sachiko, you said that incredibly well. That was very much the sort of conversation that took place in Canada with me. There were some examples given of where an auditor is using a perfectly appropriate procedure to address a fraud risk at an assertion level. And they're saying, well, you're asking me to find some other response next year or some other period just to demonstrate unpredictability, but it might be a very inefficient and not as reliable procedure. You know, does this make sense from a practical point of view? So I think it was the same concern. One of the things we did notice, of course, is that Appendix 2 has some really good examples of some of the responses at the assertion level. But they're in the appendix, whereas the ones at the examples in the body of the standard seem to be more financial statement level examples. So it just we identified that as something you might want to think about as to whether you've got the right balance in how you present the different examples of unpredictable responses.
Data.
Thank you. We stumbled over A123A, and there's a sentence in there that says, so the auditor identifies these risks at the financial statement level in accordance with paragraph and determines. That's read to us like a requirement more than didn't feel appropriate in application material in the way it was drafted, and it may have something to do with the with I guess the bit of the hole that now seems to have been created by the financial statement level and the assertion level. So I give that back to the task force to think about this in conjunction with the solution you're coming up with for next board meeting.
Anyone else? Okay, Isabel? I'm sorry?
No.
Or no, sorry.
Just to support the point that Sachiko made, I have also the same concern regarding the cost of adding unpredictability when it is not appropriate. Maybe we could add the expression when it is appropriate and not as a requirement in all cases. Thank you.
Warren?
So I want to sort of speak in favor of keeping this unpredictability requirement as it stands. I mean, this sort of requirement to have an element of unpredictability in the engagement is a very, very old one. So it's peculiar that this requirement is now causing all of this anxiety in practice, with due respects to whoever raised it. I think the risk that the auditor gets stuck in a rut and has a tendency just to duplicate what was in last year's audit file is far greater than somebody coming up with an amazing procedure that responds to a fraud risk and then feels compelled to change it just because of this particular requirement. I mean, it doesn't in any way say that you must change every single audit procedure every year. It just says introduce an element of unpredictability. So I think we must be cautious of amending something that is there to remind us to be creative and innovative in the way in which we think about fraud risk and the way in which we respond to fraud risk. In particular, being responsive to a finding that often pops up by various regulators, that auditors have a tendency to follow a type of cookbook approach or a routine or procedural approach to the way they're doing things. So I think we should leave this unpredictability requirement as it is. Perhaps we can provide some additional application material on how it might be operationalized in an engagement in the spirit of sort of enhancing audit quality, etc. But I was very much in support of what the fraud team had here.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Warren. I don't think you're that far apart, to be honest. I just think the wording needs to be a little bit less black and white. In other words, some predictability, and it doesn't have to be every audit procedure. So I think it's a matter of being a little bit more balanced in the wording.
Well, I think that's what I heard Sachiko's comments. It was about how you apply the requirement, not about whether the requirement should exist. I think that's a little bit different than what I heard Hernan said, which qualifies the requirement, which I think would be counter to what you were suggesting, Lauren. Is that like, and I think most people are supportive. What I heard was it was just a question about some application material and in support of the actual requirement itself for the most part. Is that, am I getting the right read for the room? And that we should be careful if you add qualifiers that it might undermine the requirement. Isabel?
Oh, I didn't really have anything else to say. I think we will take it back. We're making sure that our intent is clear, and then if there needs to be additional guidance to it, we can take that on.
Okay.
If I could just add, the qualifier would actually be a reduction from what the requirement is in extent today, because it sits under the overall responses today, but it doesn't have a qualifier on it. So we did bring it up and out of that category, which was the change that we made, but we didn't have an intention to have a qualifier on it. So I think just wanted to add that context, because that would be something even different from extent altogether.
Yeah. I don't think the board wants you to keep it the requirement as is. Okay, what I would suggest doing right now is set up the next discussion, then we'll take a break. So we could talk about, lead people into the next section. They could enjoy their coffee or tea or soft drink or whatever you want to do, and think about your great response to the next question.
Lots of pressure for this lead in here, Tom, but yeah, no, that's a good plan. So fraud or suspected fraud, this is the second pass. You'll remember we brought this in September. So you'll remember the board was comfortable with a threshold that was introduced. And the threshold was the clearly inconsequential threshold. The board was generally comfortable with that. And you'll remember that threshold allows the auditor to exclude instances of fraud that are deemed to be clearly inconsequential from the other fraud or suspected fraud requirements, namely 56 to 58. So after they obtain an understanding under 55. However, the board, you'll remember we had a really good discussion in September. Well, what happens when the auditor goes to a large multinational company that has a group audit and they see a bunch of allegations of fraud through the fraud reporting program or whistleblower program or whatever it is that we call it? The directive to the task force was, can you build an additional application material to tell the auditor how to deal with that? In other words, can you tie it back to their understanding of the fraud reporting program and potentially give the auditor the opportunity to leverage that understanding? So that's what we did. You'll note that A1, first of all, in the risk assessment section, there's been a lot more added in terms of what that fraud reporting program is and how the auditor obtains an understanding of it. Then you go to this additional paragraph that was added by the fraud task force in A149A that helps improve the linkage to the fraud reporting program and to the understanding that the auditor obtains. And this is all in the spirit and in the service of helping the auditor determine which matters are clearly inconsequential. You know, Bill brought up that a lot comes through the whistleblower program. Some of it is not fraud related, some of it is without merit, some of it is spurious, and so on and so forth. The auditor needs to have a mechanism to exclude some of this noise in a relatively easy way. Otherwise, the audit would become inoperable. The fraud test also added application material which had been recommended by Ado and Jamie. You'll remember in paragraph 56, there is the engagement partner makes certain determinations, and the engagement partner needs to make those determinations. And I think the recommendation was, well, why don't you put it in the application material to remind the engagement partner that they're not starting from scratch. So the idea there was they can leverage information that's been obtained by their engagement team, including component auditors. So that's why that application material paragraph was added. Finally, just to kind of round out the picture before our coffee break, we did get some respondents tell the board, can you include some group audit application material in the standard, particularly in this section, but maybe in other sections as well, to help the auditor understand how all of this shakes out in a group audit. We thought a lot about that. The task force is not wanting to sprinkle a bunch of group audit stuff into the standard. The idea was that we will, if there is a change to be made, it belongs in the group audit standard. And I see my esteemed colleague Josephine nodding. So what's going to happen is the fraud task force wants to have a quick look at this. Well, not a quick, we'll have a good look at this at the next task force meeting to see if there's anything that needs to be added related to group audits. So if you have any recommendations on particular areas of the standard work that could benefit from group audit things that should be reflected in 600, please let us know. And I think with all of that, Tom, I think that's how you set it up.
Okay, great. We're going to go to break right now. Bill, I know your tent is up, but I think that's a stray. Unless you want to be setting a marker down that you want to be first on this section.
Great.
Good. Sorry, that type of comment, we don't need to wait for the break. But we're going to take a break and reconvene at 4 p.m. Thank you. Okay, could we get seated? Could we get everyone else on the screen that needs to be on the screen when they join? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Okay. Angelo set us up for a discussion on 55 through 58 and related application material. I'd welcome interventions now. Neil?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Angelo. Good setup. I really appreciate some of the changes that have been made, in particular the A52A and incorporating the component auditors. So I think that's a good addition. I'm still concerned in the group scenario, in particular as it relates to 56A III, I think is what we'd call it. And I just feel that the group engagement partner in a large group would be incredibly dependent on information that's coming from the component auditors. And I know we've put in this application material that you can go and get that information, but I feel that the extent of reliance that they need to place takes them away from they are now making the determination themselves. And I feel like they should be rather taking responsibility for the determination. So my change would be that they take responsibility for rather than actually make the determination. Thank you.
Robert?
Oh, thanks. I have a question with respect to 55 B and C. Maybe I'm missing something. It says if the entity has a process in place, or if the entity has implemented remedial actions, then the auditor has to evaluate. But what if not? What's the default? What's the implication if it's default? And this is something I'm missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hit up.
Thank you. And so in the Netherlands, fraud and the transparency around fraud is a really big public interest issue. And I was wondering to what extent in paragraph, and given that I've been triggered by our discussions in going concern over adequacy of disclosures, and you've beaten me up over it plenty, whether we should specifically call out in 58 that the financial statements adequately disclose whether there's has been any material frauds. Because, and then just to give you an example, because it will, if there has been a material fraud, it will hit the financial statements in one way or another, and either sits in an expense category, or there has been a write-off, which would also be, and nobody would want to talk about it. But is that appropriate? Even though, and I see Robert looking at me, financial reporting requirements are not specific that this needs to be disclosed, but this is, I think it's something that the auditor should evaluate. Thank you.
Anyone else? Angelo?
On 56, so Neil, I understand Neil's perspective for sure, and I think we'll take it back. I will say, Neil, that we have taken this one back already, and maybe this is something that that the board can talk about and decide and maybe put their hands up and give us a little bit more of a steer, because we did take it back. The fraud task force decided that it is appropriate for the engagement partner to be on the hook for this requirement in terms of fulfilling it. certainly they can leverage the information, but I understand your point, certainly that where that information is coming from a component auditor. I think, Julie, yeah.
Yeah, just to add on to that, because these paragraphs have come a couple times already to the board. And Neil, this is only in the circumstance where you have a fraud or suspected fraud, and you now deemed it to not be clearly inconsequential. So it is in that circumstance. It's a narrow circumstance. You're there, and we got pretty strong direction from the board previously that those requirements in 56 stay at the group, like the engagement partner level, which in a group would be the group engagement partner.
And the only thing I would add to that is perhaps there's something here that could be added in 600. And this comes back to that group audit point that I made earlier. And maybe that's something, Neil, that you know, if you've got recommendations there, but I see your tech card up.
So I'm not convinced that 600 then overrides the requirement for one, but the piece is that for the engagement partner to determine, in particular, whether there are additional requirements in relation to the local laws, regulations, the input required from the component auditor would be more than that individual being able to make that determination. They will most likely provide them with a recommendation that they would agree or disagree with and implement. But for them to make that determination, they can take responsibility for it. They're still on the hook for it, but they're not themselves making that determination.
Do you want to come back?
Yeah, I think, Julie, I think at this point, I think what are we committing to think about it? Yeah.
Tom, I actually would like to hear if others have a similar view, because this is a requirement, and I thought we'd covered it. So I would just like others' views if they want the task force to reconsider.
Eda?
I'm comfortable where the task force sits.
Josephine?
I'm also comfortable. I'm also comfortable where the task force is. I think it's really important that in the context of the group financial statements, the engagement partner does make that determination, and that's really important. And we have discussed it, and we did agree it. So, Gloria, I'm very happy with this.
Kai?
Same thing, agrees with the direction of the task force.
Anand? Is it not on this point, or is it a different point? Anyone uncomfortable with where the task force sits, other than Neil's points taken? Okay. Could we turn to Anand?
Thank you, Tom. My point is about the interaction of paragraph 58 and paragraph in the application material A144. When we read the 58, paragraph B states, if appropriate, obtain advice from legal counsel. But when we go to A144, this is just one example among other actions that the audit partner should take. I believe that we should change letter B, if appropriate, and use the same wording that we state in paragraph A144. For example, include action for the engagement partner to take, and then when we go to A144, include consulting with others in the firm or obtaining legal advice, blah, 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 as one of the different actions to take. Thank you.
I'm going to pick up some of the other comments that came in. So Robert, on the asked a really good question. If the construct is in 55, if the entity has a process to investigate, if they have remediation measures, look at it. This question did come up the last board meeting as well, and it's a good question. There is application material that deals with this situation. Essentially, it says, if the entity does not have such a process in place to investigate, that may be a weakness. And in fact, it could be, a deficiency. And the auditor may actually determine that that's a significant deficiency depending on the facts and circumstances. And the reason why I qualify it within the facts and circumstances is, this is the example that the fraud task force talked about. What if the fraud just got uncovered or suspected fraud? The entity has to be given enough time to kind of initiate that process. So the fact that they don't have a process to investigate that particular instance would be justifiable in that case. So that there has to be some latitude there. So that there is application material, and I can point you to that, Robert, offline. Ado, your point on 58 in terms of whether the disclosures are adequate on frauds or suspected frauds, I think that's something that the task force can look at. Julie, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Ada, we'll consider it. I don't believe anyone commented on it in the exposure, so we'll have to go back and double check that. Just because we are at that stage in the project of responding to the exposure draft comments.
And finally, on Hernan's point, Hernan, if you've got, I take your point. If you've got some indicative drafting that you want us to look at, please pass it along and we'll look at it. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're through this section.
So I think we go to the next slide.
Yeah, next slide, Michelle, please. So the next part of the workflow is for requirement from paragraph 60 to 65 and related application material from paragraph A 158 to A 181. So that covers 3 sections. The auditor unable to continue the audit engagement, the auditor's report that we already discussed in September during the board, and written representation. So we are open to your comment on the section for which we only made a limited number of changes in the application material paragraphs. We would also like to hear your views on the fraud task recommendation on the extension of transparency requirements about fraud to entity other than listed entities. So the feedback received from respondent to question 6 of the ED and the task force recommendation are detailed in part A, section 2 of the issues paper. So we received mixed view from a respondent on that question, and based on those feedback received and discussion held by the IAASB on the PI Track 2 project, the task force believed that transparency in the auditor's report about matters related to fraud should be aligned with the basis requirement of ISA 701 in the context and scope of applicability. So Tom, for you for the question 3 specifically that covers ED question 6 and for comments on those paragraphs.
Okay. We'll take your answers in a integrated format here. Any comments on this section? Hello?
Yes, in respect of the management representations, I think we can be clearer in C that management needs to disclose all frauds, just making sure that they are not going to think, well, we're doing only the significant ones, but I think we need to be talking about their knowledge about all frauds, so that there's a completeness aspects there that I think is important to be addressed. And there's in respect of paragraph 67, there's a thought in respect of the narrower requirements to communicate with those charged with governance, but oh, sorry. Okay, well, we were going to send it in offline anyway, so okay.
Robert?
A170, CAM. It says here that matters would ordinarily be of most significance in the audit of financial statements. In A165, you use the term often, most often matters. So ordinary means anytime or everything. For me, it should be here in A170, the term often to be used or would be more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. See you. I don't see anyone else. Ada's card is still. I don't see any other 10 cards up.
So maybe just on Robert's point, like I think this is an item we discussed in the last board meeting. It's about to encourage the auditor to communicate key audit matters related to fraud, and I think these words are key there to drive that. And I think last time we agreed to leave it as is. So I'm very hesitant to change any of these words unless there's a broader board view that it needs to be changed.
People okay with that? Okay. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So question 3 that we have on the slide, that is linked to ED question 6. So no comment either, just to confirm.
Yeah, let's maybe explicitly address this from a due process perspective. Are people, based upon the comments that we receive, comfortable with the position that we remain as it relates to the transparency requirements? Is the silence I've taken for the record to be support?
Okay, thank you, Tom. Next slide, Michelle. So next one is the last bit of the walkthrough. So covers paragraph 66 to 70 in the requirements and A182 to A193 in the application materials. So the section covers here communication with management and those charged with governance, reporting to an appropriate authority outside the entity, and documentation. So we are also open to comment on those sections for which we only made a limited number of changes in the application material paragraphs, and we reverted back to what we had in ED for paragraph 67 for communication with those charged with governance. So this change is to ensure that all fraud or suspected fraud involving management and employee who have significant role in internal control will be communicated with those charged with governance. So we are open to comment, Tom.
Okay, 66 to 70. Ada?
I'll say it anyway. I'll send it in as well. But in respect of 67, you may want to have a look at 740, well, the conforming amendment and the existing requirement in 250-23, whether they still line up properly. Thank you.
Any other comments on 66 to 70? A lot of it remains the same. And in the application material, including the appendices. Speak up now, because it's going to final and we're going to be voting on it in March. Okay. All right.
Thank you. We'll not add those comments and we'll have a look.
All righty. So I mentioned at the beginning that we had a few other questions that were in our issues paper that don't necessarily tie to a paragraph in the standard that we just walked through. And thank you very much for that walkthrough. That was really helpful for the task force to know what we need to focus on in the next quarter. There are 4 other questions. So if we could just go to the next slide. Tom, I propose to just ask this as one open question to the board, if that's okay with you. The 4 areas relate to the lack of a separate standback requirement, and the task force's views and recommendations there, which is to be consistent with what we had in the exposure draft and not have a separate stand back in this standard. And then we had some questions in the ED with respect to scalability, linkages to other ISAs, and translation. So we had covered that as well in the issues paper and provided the task force's views. So if we could get the feedback, Tom, on those questions as well.
Any comments on stand back, scalability, linkage to other ISAs, and translation? First of all, I think the first thing is, did we capture the views properly from a due process perspective? And secondly, do you agree with the task force's conclusions on them? Let me particularly note that the stand back comment position, we actually have split views amongst regulators, I think, on this one, right?
We had two letters from our monitoring group stakeholders. One was in support of where the task force had been with their position. One was not in support of where the task force was.
Right. Adam?
So, so the board will remember that this was a pretty major thing for me at the time, but but this is now, well, if we're talking about kicking the can down the road, well, the stand back in its entirety will be considered by the risk response. And one of the reasons at the time was just an inconsistency between how it's dealt with in different standards. So by getting now to a more comprehensive solution for standbacks in individual standards or where it should sit, that gives me comfort to get to a better solution for all of the standards we're talking to.
Neil?
I mean, I'm happy to share that view. I mean, I do think that fraud's one place where a stand back could actually be quite useful. But it's certainly not a deal breaker. I think we need to look at stand backs in general because they're scattered throughout. And so I'm comfortable with where we've landed, that we'll incorporate it into the audit evidence and risk response project.
Okay. Still may come in. Okay. I think we've covered those questions.
We have. So next item on the agenda is the conforming and consequential amendments. And this was in paper 10D, I believe, for the board. So we'd be looking to the board for your views on the conforming and consequential amendments that were proposed in that agenda item 10D.
Okay, conforming and consequential amendments, 10D. Eric, then Sue.
Hi, Julie. Just one that came up during our review, and maybe this is what Edo was referring to earlier on 67, but the auditor's report in 700 and 800, where it's talking about the communication with those charged with governance, and it lists the bullets out. It's not strictly correct in the report because the actual communications are more nuanced in 67. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay, Sue.
It's not in the ones that are on there. I know you said you were going to look at 600 and the group audit situation, but I just thought, and I've got a couple of suggestions that I'll send through, but I thought it was worth just noting the rationale for those is that when you're talking about components that have been scoped out, the reason they've been scoped out is because there isn't a risk of material misstatement. So you can't have a risk of material misstatement due to fraud in a component that's been scoped out. So I'll say a couple of suggestions there, which we'll send through.
Thank you, both of you, for sending your suggestions through. Any other comments on the conforming and consequential amendments in agenda item 10D? Okay, am I handing it back to you, Julie?
Yes, and thank you, Eric and Sue, for providing those. I will just maybe to manage expectations on the 600 point, because I think it's come up a couple of times. We're not intending to have a lot of content in this standard that talks about 600, because that is in 600 and should stay in 600. But if there are some targeted places that we can think about, or something in 600 that would make it more clear as to what we intended in 240, we'll definitely take a look at that. But we're not intending to open up 600 in a more wholesale way as a result of this project.
Okay. People are fine with it? Julie?
Okay, next slide, please. So that's it. That's it for the walkthrough. Thank you very much. And the conforming and consequential amendments. We are going to continue for the next 3 months until the March board meeting to continue with our outreach. I mentioned earlier, we had some pretty significant outreach just prior to this meeting, and I think it was good timing because we were at that critical point in the project to get that feedback. We will also continue with our coordination with ISSB, the other groups as appropriate. And then that will get us on track for the March 2025 expected approval of the final standard and the conforming and consequential amendments. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for the clear input. There's sort of just that one area that we're going to work through where there's less clarity about yet, but I trust the task force to bring that together into a nice solution to share with the board. Before we move on, I wanted to ask Philippe from any perspective from the PIB standpoint.
Thank you, Tom. So except for the comment relating to authenticity, and it's my understanding that it will be treated in an other topic linked to the risks and responses, have no comment, and we support the orientations and thank the task force for the work done.
Thank you, Philippe. So I think this is going to bring our public sessions to close. Brings the public session to close right now. Great job to the whole team involved in the fraud project, and thank you to the board. So we're going to close the session and go into executive afterwards. So